Oh, reactive. Yeah, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, Ari the Fox, how's it going?
I can update it to be all right. Ghost.
Thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate it. I actually haven't even opened that yet. Thank you. A little pop.
Oh,
Have fun
you say
together.
pop.
That's the plan. Hmm?
You say pop.
Yeah. Well, it's ginger ale, but close enough.
No, the reason I say that it's there. There's a lot of
It's soda,
regionality to how people
yeah.
say soda. I say
Yeah.
soda. People in the South will say Coke. Um, but if you're from, I had a friend from the northern peninsula of Michigan who would also call it pop, which is basically northern peninsula is basically Canada.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we call it pop for the most part up here. I get either, honestly. Like both make sense for the carbonation, but it's like whichever I say, I say. But yeah, we be live now. Thank you for the lurk, Ari. Just gonna chill, vibe, have some fun times. So I figured I'd get the good old Atlas up here to kind of give everybody else a little guideline as well as to how the story goes on. But we're gonna be starting doing a brief overview of just the initial stuff with Herta Station, Yarilo, the Lafu, and then we're mostly going to be talking about Penacony. But it's nice that we have this now for sure. I think we could just get right into it and get going. So,
You're telling me you're not gonna get into the you're not gonna get into the older stuff, the wars, the swarm. I don't know any of that. That story I
uh,
don't know any of.
I think that deserves a whole another one on its own because there's actually a lot for the simulated universe stuff. It's pretty, honestly, that might be the most interesting stuff to me. I really like the lore behind the scenes of what happened before with the simulated universe because there's a lot of stuff that went on there, and like some of the aeons are crazy to
They
say the
give you,
least.
yeah, they give you a suspicious amount of information for how little right now it plays into the main story. I'm very curious if it's going to be, you know how like with Genshin, what they do it is I'll give you a good example of like the Crimson Witch, how all of that information was in the release artifact, and if you read the lore, you knew it. If you didn't, it didn't matter.
Yeah.
But when you fought Signora and it's revealed that she's the Crimson Witch, you're like, wait, I know everything about this person because it was in a artifact description. But then again, artifact stuff really tells you a lot of things that you may not think it does, like the physical set, whichever one that's I'm
Oh,
blanking
the
on it.
pale flame.
Yeah, that's all about Jester, the from the Fatui, and like I
Yeah.
out of context, you may not know anything, but as it goes, it's like, oh. It also makes you realize that I'm assuming I know the writers are different, but I assume the writing quality can be pretty equal. It kind of shows you how much ahead that these people are at coming up with the story beats. Like they definitely didn't pull things out of thin air. Some things they definitely did. Like I feel like the sovereigns kind of did, but we're not here to talk about that today. But I think a lot of it was very pre-planned, which is always cool
Yeah.
to see. You always like it when it is.
Yeah, they definitely had some stuff planned. I don't know to what extent of it's more like implanting ambiguous stuff for something they might create later or not, because that's also a possibility. But it is interesting, like the whole Senora stuff, how we get to see like, oh hey, we know all about this person and like the love story that they had. That's pretty interesting. And like it's unfortunate that all of those stories are kind of behind an artifact piece that you may never look at or even
Yeah.
realize has extra stuff. But it's a nice little tidbit of information for something that's not important to the main story. So I guess it's not too bad.
True.
But it
True.
is definitely neat. But yeah, so I guess we'll just start this off and talk about the beginning and whatnot. And it's like one thing I definitely want to know is what our relation is to the Stellaron Hunters for sure, because we don't know exactly what our role is. Like, were we a Stellaron Hunter? Do we just know them to some extent, or are we just like actually a new person? It was all like garbage nonsense that Kafka was just saying to make us question things. But
I always assumed. I mean, I guess first off, I never did Kafka's story quest. Does it give us any more insight into that, or no? Not at all.
it does give a decent amount, yeah. So do you care about that being spoiled here,
I
or
no, I mean that doesn't matter to me, but I can tell you at the very least what my interpretation, or at least what like my assumption was upon starting the game, was that we were all right. Here's like my partial like theory. I feel like okay. Do you know who Superboy is?
like Superboy from DC?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know how he was grown in a lab and he's a combination of Superman and Lex Luthor's
Yeah,
DNA.
Cadmus clone
Yeah.
kind of stuff.
I kind of feel like we might be some strange, not clone, but we definitely are like a lab grown person who had some of Kafka's DNA in us.
Hmm.
And I don't remember the reason. I feel like it might be some of the things she said, but I always got a sense that she was kind of like our mother in a way. That's always been my feeling on Kafka's relationship to Trailblazer, is that of like mother and son, or rather like
Yeah.
estranged mother and son. I know some people like to take it to like a romantic place, and I just like I would never I cannot fathom that as much as people try to
Yeah, no,
do that, but that's
people
always been my take.
there's some people that are just coping, but yeah, yeah, no, it's definitely interesting because we get a little bit more about that, and like it's not much. A lot of it is still vague, but there's like that a sense of we might have just been part of their team, or the theory that you just brought up, which I never thought of before. It's kind of interesting. Is we were recreated, but we aren't exactly that same person, because they did mention that some of Kafka's DNA was used to create us. So there is something that could hold some truth to that, which is really interesting. I hope we get to find out about that, like not too far into the story, but I could understand if it is going to be a later thing. But I definitely find it interesting. Although another thing that I just thought about is like we do share some design similarities to Nanook. That would be pretty interesting.
I mean, it was the first. It is the first form we well form path that we have, and the similarities is blonde. Well, the blonde. It's gray hair, and they also have both like yellow eyes, right?
Uh,
And even their
actually, yeah,
outfit is very Nanook coded, because their outfit's very gray, like gray,
same
white,
color
black,
palette,
and
yeah.
yeah, and
Yeah,
yellow.
they do have yellow eyes. I didn't even think about that part specifically, but you're right. Yeah. Yeah, so there's some more stuff. So you said you didn't pay too much attention to the simulated universe story, but
No, no, not really. I had a hard like I had a hard enough time even getting to those story beats.
oh, going through Sim.
Like actually beating it to where I'm like, "Oh, here you can get this thing." Um, but okay, so from what I remember, all right, so it starts with Kafka and Silverwolf. I mean, I can give you the brief version, and you could probably give like the real version. But Silverwolf and Kafka are there to wait. I think they're there to wake us up, right? Is that correct? Is that why they're
Uh
primarily there?
yeah, they're there because of the Herta had the Stellaron in the first place. So they used it to create us. For what purpose we still don't know. But they broke into the space station, got past all of Herta's stuff because Herta had the Stellaron for some reason that we still don't know either because she was studying it. But then they used that. They made us. They told us like, hey, you know me, but you're not gonna be able to stay with me. And then for some reason, like, I'm curious if we're gonna be some sort of like plant in the Astral Express, or like what that's going to entail. I don't know
Like
if
a
it's,
sleeper agent?
yeah, it's going to be intriguing whether it's like a sleeper agent in a bad way, or it's like they just wanted us to be there because of Elio's script or whatever. However, the story ends up working for that guy, because I mean, we're assuming it's the cat. We don't know for sure if that's Elio, but they're the only one that's been in all the images that we don't know who it is yet, really.
Oh,
So
that's true. Oh, that's true. Yeah. Also, I never thought about. Yeah. Okay. That kind of makes sense that we were. I was also wondering why we were. Wait, did she make us right there and then? Like we so
yeah,
we so Herta didn't just have our bodies um
yeah. So our body
there.
was created with a combination of the Stellaron and I think it was some Silverwolf reality hacking stuff. I'm not entirely sure in that regard. I don't think it explained it too much either. But we were created, and that's how we came to exist was through the Stellaron and Silverwolf and Kafka making our body.
Got it.
But
Okay. No, I mean that's probably something that like I bet like when you're playing it, I don't know. I think it's also like for me playing it for the first time, I think you're just so it was the same thing for Mondstadt for me where it's like Mondstadt I really don't remember because like I'm more focused on just getting used to this brand new game. I feel like that's why like things introduced at the very beginning can sometimes be lost from that. But no, that makes sense. And the not the Annihilation Gang, the other one, the real Nanook group, the Antimatter Legion.
yeah, yeah.
That's not a cool. That's not from like Kafka the Antimatter Legion. There's no like overlap with that. Did they basically so with the Antimatter Legion attacked? Do they want the Stellaron? Is that why they attacked the space station?
Usually how it works is like Stellarons and Antimatter Legion are like in association with each other. I can't remember specifically if that was an actual thing of destruction. Let me fact check myself real quick.
Because I know the whole purpose of the path of destruction from Nanook is that was always my takeaway was that society is a mistake and we need to clear the board so that the universe can kind of be at peace. It's almost like it's an altruistic mission, but their way of going about it is by destroying everything.
Yeah.
That's always been my interpretation, just based on reading. That's the one bit of lore that I looked into when the game first came out. Was like, what are the past? Who are the Aeons? Like,
Yeah,
what do
yeah.
they believe in? And I was like, okay, so this mission's like they're evil, but they're not like. I feel like if you were to ask Nanook, Nanook wouldn't say he's evil.
Yeah, so I do have it here. It's basically like a cancerous growth that's like destroying all worlds and whatnot, like a seed of disaster. It's never been confirmed, but it is speculated that it does somehow correlate to Nanook and the Antimatter Legion, because they also just show up most of the time when it does occur.
Interesting. Okay, I guess it's because the Stellaron is full of. I guess this because usually Stellaron equals destruction, not in like the literal like path sense, but like literal. Well,
Yeah,
okay, not in the
it's
literal path sense, but in like Stellaron equals like disaster, like literal destruction.
it's
So it would,
destroying the
yeah.
natural order of the universe is what it basically is doing.
So it would attract the Antimatter Legion as a
Yeah.
result.
Yeah, that's what it's basically speculated as. It's either they send it or they are attracted by it. We don't know for sure, but that's just the theories that we have right now. But yeah, so the Antimatter Legion or whatever coming on in. We got the Astral Express, which I can't remember why they were showing up, but it might have just been for the Stellaron because they also do search for those as well. So then they came for that, and then they ended up finding us. We joined the Express or whatever. The only thing that confuses me with all of that is how this works in junction with the new stuff that we got with Ron May. Timeline wise,
I
I
was
hope we
thinking
get a
about the same thing because I saw that when 3. Or 2.2.0 came out and was thinking, "Oh, they listed here." And I'm in my own head I'm thinking, "Did they only list it here because they wanted to keep the areas together?" Cuz I think it gets actually no, because there's no way that the whole thing with Dr. Ratio and with like Duke Everett, there's no way that happens before we even get to Eurillo. I'm assuming, I don't know, if you click into it, did they give any kind of indication of like when that took place? Because that definitely doesn't.
Yeah,
I
no,
don't know if it does take. Yeah.
there's no like actual details as to when specifically it happens in the timeline, but I think it actually does make more sense for it to happen before Yurillo. It's just how long did we actually spend on the space station? Because of course, when we did the story, it felt like it was quick, but maybe we're actually on there for longer than we initially speculated, and maybe like helped out with fixing some problems and whatnot, and then
That's true.
that
Because why
stuff
did we
ended
go
happening.
back?
Because the
Well, Lurk
way,
asked us.
yeah, like it's weird because yeah, we did get called back, so we did leave at some point, which is weird. But the whole, because when that was actually released was after Foxy and Tale of the Haunted, which is like way over here. But it is definitely strange and kind of confusing. It at least is a little more bearable than the Eurilo stuff and how that makes sense with the Topaz Pokemon event, because that actually has some like physical evidence of us having already left for the Lawfu and then coming back, and we also go to the Lawfu in it. So it's like, where does this fit into the story? Because it's both in between and overlapping with the Lawfu story. So it's very weird.
Some things I'm actually like at the same time I'm like looking stuff on like Reddit or online, and some people believe it might be a dependency graph, which is just like if you, in order to get to this story beat, you have to beat this story beat. So in theory, you could play Ruan Mei's story with by completing uh the space station, but you don't have to beat Eurillo first, which kind of also seems weird. I guess like no one knows.
Yeah, well, the
No
whole
one actually knows.
concept behind this whole atlas was so that we had cohesion to the story for where it is in order, which is why it's confusing. That's at least what I remember from them explaining it on the live stream when it was announced. So that's just my 2 cents of the matter. Is like the Ronmei stuff is fine because the only issue with it is how long were we there for, and maybe it was we went on the train but we didn't quite leave yet, and we were just getting accustomed to the place before we did leave. So it like there's stuff that you could explain away for it to make more sense, but
Yeah, if you
the
notice, the
the
Ron
future
May
market is
story
just
is very suspicious. Not suspiciously, but like it's very insular, which actually might be a reason I kind of do enjoy it. It's Trailblazer. Like Trailblazer is basically doing this by himself. I think
yeah,
also because he like has to, because he can't involve anyone else because of Ruin May. But they're like March, Dan, any like Himiko, like none of them actually take place, like take a part in it to the point where maybe that kind of either confirms, because if March gets involved or if like any of them get involved, it'd be very easy to tell where it takes place in the timeline, just because the Trailblazers doesn't really talk that
yeah.
much. So I think that might be, it could be open-ended, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. How would you like to treat it? I feel like it makes sense for it to be treated afterwards, but I feel like if being treated before Eurillo doesn't actually change anything. I don't think it makes a difference.
Yeah, no, I think it would be better for it to be before, just because, like, why would we leave for the place and then come back when we were already there, kind of thing? Or, like, at the very least, like, leaving in between when we were doing all of the Eurilla story just
Oh,
doesn't make
that's true.
sense. So, hey, Spooky, how's it going? But yeah, it's like just the events are the weird part that just don't always fit in. Tale of the Haunted might be okay for the end of it. Like, I don't think it really had any issues because it was just right at the end of everything. It tied in with the RM Alley event at least, which was good. So that kind of helps it solidify as to where it was in the story. But the main one's definitely the Pokemon event. Like
Does it
we
say
went
where
everywhere.
Ethereum Wars takes where Ethereum Wars is? Um,
It basically is saying that it was after the main story for all of Yarilo.
oh,
Like
which obviously makes, yeah. I mean that obviously makes sense.
to an extent, because in the end of Yarilo, Bronya and Sele watched us leave, and then we came back. So it is a little confusing. I think they did like call us back if I remember correctly. It's just still a mess. We're talking about this. Yes, we are. I know. I've talked with you about this before, Spooky. Yeah, it's like it's messy. It's definitely messy.
You want to know something funny? And this has always been my take for both Genshin and this game. I, I mean, I guess it's okay. So for Genshin, right? For like how I consider the story, obviously Archon quests and all Archon interludes, I always consider to have a chronology to them, or in terms of like what we're doing is moving the actual plot forward, right? So but stuff like the film festival, the Lantern Rite, like the Mondstadt festival, I never really think of it in terms of like why are we going to Mondstadt when we should be in like Fontaine. I always equate those to being just like game mechanics where we have to make events and give people something to do, because most of the new events that come out, like they're not albedo dragon spine level. They're always festivals now, which I don't
Yeah,
necessarily love. But pretty much for Star Rail, obviously the main story I always look at as like being relevant. Um and then after that, I don't think too much about it. Although I guess the Topaz stuff, I'm like, oh, this very much is a post-mortem to like the um the Urillo quest, because it has to be. The Runmei
yeah,
one I always assumed was afterwards. I guess it doesn't really make or break anything, because when we get to Penacony, eventually it's like I guess that part doesn't matter as much. I don't know. It gets kind of wonky. I guess it's kind of like comic timeline, where you know how like
yeah.
where with the new 50, I don't know how much you know about the new 52, but they basically
Too
they
much.
made a mandate where like literally everything, all of Batman's history, like Dick, Jason, Tim, everything took place in a 5-year time span where like literally it's
Yeah,
impossible, but it's a comic book, so you
yeah.
can't
They
you can't really think
retconned it
about it.
and whatnot.
Yeah.
Wait, the festival itself got canceled, or like as in canceled? Like they had it before the Stellaron thing happened, but then they brought it back for the whole tournament festival. Because I don't actually remember that part. But yeah, like back to all the cohesion of that. I think Run Maze is fine, but the Topaz stuff, it's probably the messiest of the three. Topaz thing got it canceled. March was disappointed. So
Oh yeah, they were supposed to have a festival, and then because Topaz came, they had to put everything on hold because they were worried about, well, what's the planet going to do? Are they going to side with the like the what is it, ICP?
the IPC, yeah,
IPC, or are they going to just, be independent on their own? Oh yeah, that's right.
right,
They even
right.
gave March an outfit for that she doesn't get to keep.
I know, and
But
we're all disappointed about that. Hoyo, if you're listening, can we get that skin, please? I will buy that.
it's it's weird.
It's
Hoyo.
free
I
real
thought Star
estate.
Rail.
It's
Yeah.
free money. Like,
I thought Star Rail. I feel like, what's funny? I feel like outfits are so much easier to make for Star Rail than, because like literally character models
yeah,
are easier to make for Star Rail
yeah.
than they are for Genshin.
They have a lot more
Um,
static animation, so it would be more simpler, I think. Not like super simple, but it's also just free money. Like, come on, you make a skin, people will buy it. People definitely buy it for this game. I know that's true, but
yeah.
I hope so. Like, it would be nice. But yeah, one thing I do want to go back to before we get into the Eurilo stuff is the characterization of Ron May, I'm kind of curious as to how you feel about their character, because there was a lot of controversy when she came out, which was like, do people just like not understand when there's a more nuanced or deeply written character. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on them overall.
I think she's a very tragic character who is letting her trauma down a path that isn't very good, because you can get a sense, right, when she doesn't trust people, and there's clearly very much a reason for that. And throughout it, she basically gives us a thing where we cannot bring her up in any conversation. She basically drugged us without our permission, which by itself is like kind of is definitely really really bad. Even though the circumstances didn't lead to anything too
Yeah.
major, it's still taking away one of our freedoms. And her literal goal is to she's been doing all this research, and she's been trying to figure out basically how to become, I feel like she kind of wants to become a god, in a way. And I feel like
Yeah.
her way of doing that, she'll do whatever she has to make it happen, no matter who she has to hurt. And I think one thing that's even more tragic is the fact that you can even tell from like just some of the logs from what other people mention, or even like the little cake, I don't know, what do you even call them, the cake cats, what are they, they're like the moon cake
Uh
cats.
yeah,
um
I don't know if they had like a specific name for their creation, but
but
they're
yeah, the moon cake cats, and they want like love. They want to be loved by Ron May. They want to hold up to Ron May's expectations, and I don't think Ron May has the emotional capacity to be perceptive of that love. And I wouldn't go as far as calling her evil. I think, again, I think nuanced is the best way to put it, because I don't trust her. I don't trust her, but I don't hate her. I just kind of feel bad for her.
yeah, no, I agree with that sentiment. And it's like people were like, of course the things she has done are terrible, like as you said, but I find it really interesting because it's stated and also very visible that she sucks at interacting with people and has no experience with it. Like it's reminiscent of Sheldon from Big Bang Theory, how he just doesn't understand how to like talk to people or understand other people's emotions as well, because it's just something they've never really had or been able to experience, because she spent so much time focused on her work, focused on the goal that she has, which the reason why she wants to become an Aeon herself, because I believe she did state that, if I'm not mistaken, is because she wants to be able to create like the perfect being in a way. And it's like she wants to break the limits of what is biologically possible in terms of science. So that's her whole premise behind it. And like it's interesting too because you get some like messages from her later on. I don't know if you have to have her as a character for that, but she'll like actually come and she may not fully understand it, but she is trying to make an effort to like not only take care of the creations she's made, but like talk to people and actually understand people's emotions and like social interactions more. So it's interesting to see that she is actually trying to improve as a character as well, which I find very interesting. She's looking
Yeah,
for the
I agree.
magic of life that she saw as a child, but the more she learns, the less magic there is. Right, that was another thing that she stated.
Yeah, which is true. It's kind of like the curse of knowledge, where it's like the more she learns, the more she realizes how like meaningless certain things are, or that her fear that like what she wants is never going to be actually obtainable. Like she's really really smart, and it's a burden to her, instead of it like being something for a grander scale. It's actually kind of funny to see her interactions, like Herta, between Herta and her, because they have very different feelings of knowledge. And then you have Dr. Ratio, whose entire philosophy is like, let's let's teach the masses, because when the masses are stupid, they're annoying, but they're not annoying if they have education, which is a very self people always say Dr. Ratio is a very selfless guy, and I'm not really. He literally just has such an aversion to morons that he would rather everyone be smart so that he doesn't have to be in front of anyone who's dumb.
Yeah, I don't think he's entirely a great character because with what's like stuff that we did have with the Heliobite, the question is, was that released by him at the start? And like, was this whole entire situation on the space station him trying to get the scientists to think for themselves? I don't remember if it was specifically stated or not, but it's like his whole problem was that everyone on the station, or just as a whole in general, is like, we always have to listen to the geniuses because they're the geniuses, and he just wants people to like actually think for themselves and learn and grow and become smarter. But the way he goes about things aren't really the best way of doing things. It's like a same premise to how May is, except it's a more like physical, hands-on approach to other people, and like, hey, you're an idiot, think for yourselves. But instead of like actually sitting down and talking with you, I'm going to create a situation where you have no choice.
Yeah, it's kind of like for Ruin May, it's like nobody understands me, get away from me, and for Dr. Ratio, it's like nobody understands anything, get back here. Like I'm gonna teach it to you whether you want it or not. And it's not, and I will say, um, and it's funny that we're talking about this now because for me it feels like we're going out of order, but I understand where it takes place regardless. I just to backtrack a bit, like overall to I guess the first question. So I guess I have a question, then a segue into that. The first is for the for Herta space station. How do you
Yeah.
feel about it as a introduction? Like, I don't wouldn't call it. I honestly wouldn't even call it like I would not call it Star Rail's Mondstadt. I think it's like it's just a prelude that predates that. But
Yeah.
how do you feel about it as a narrative introduction to everything? I'm curious to get your thoughts on that.
I think it was all right. I don't think it's anything like super great. It definitely helped like introduce us into the basics of the universe that we are going to be playing and taking part in, and how some things work. But it was definitely like it escalated very quickly. It was a very brief and quick like intro, as you said, to how everything is. I think it was I think it was pretty good. It really helped us understand quickly the personalities that we're going to be playing with throughout the story, like the Express crew and whatnot, showing how like March 7th is very like peppy and just like gung ho, kind of like talks to everybody, is very social, and but like isn't entirely going to think intelligently about the situation. And then Dunhung is like the opposite of that, where he takes a more calm and collective approach, sitting back, analyzing things from a distance. So it's interesting to see those two work together as well, as like two sides of the same coin that we get introduced to. So I do like that.
I
But
think for me it's um I really like the fact that they really treat it as like a tragedy because every NPC that you talk to, because there are some you have to like genuinely talk to progress things. They
yeah, yeah.
mention like how like my son is missing. This one is basically like what are we gonna do? Like everyone's scared. Like you can. It starts off on like a very I think something that maybe not everyone will remember is it kind of I wouldn't say scary because I don't feel like you're ever really scared for anybody in particular, not any of the playable characters, but it kind of starts really tragic, and I do kind of like the idea that you're not brought into like a really happy-go-lucky situation. Like there's real consequences, there's stuff you have to do. You know, I think it does escalate a little bit, like a little bit much near the end, as you said. I think they give Trailblazer a little bit too much Chosen One vibes at first. I'm glad they've moved away from that. Like they set him up as like the most important person. Obviously, I get that he's the protagonist, or they, depending on which gender you play. So I can use they
Yeah,
for
yeah.
neutrality, but it sets them up as being like the most important person in the universe at like it at during like that fight with the mechanical dragon. but um, I do really like that, there are consequences, like it's not a game, and I hate that some people, like some of the characters do treat it like no big deal. Like uh what is it? Kafka and Silverwolf, they don't really care what's happening. They're just there for their own agenda, but
Yeah.
they don't really seem to have any qualms about what's really happening. Like you could, whether they're good guys or bad guys, you can say that their moral compass is very, very weak. They really don't care about anybody but their own mission, which is definitely not very good. Like some people might argue and say, "Oh, like you did like you it's like, oh, like, but they didn't do anything wrong. They helped make the main character." It's like, yeah, but they kind of didn't. They kind of were just very happy-go-lucky about it. Like Kafka and Silverwolf are making jokes, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
feels kind of weird that they are, but I guess
Yeah,
it fits
because
their
it was all like
character.
the space station is under attack, and they're like, yeah, oh well, we're just doing our own thing, then we'll get out quick. Yeah.
I'm
Oh,
also very
they
curious to hear. Oh, sorry.
Spooky just brought something up. It was like they brought the Antimatter Legion there. Was that stated? I thought they were there because of the Stellaron.
Yeah, I honestly, I mean, from my perspective, from my perspective, and it was just like I thought this was already a battle that was happening that we just landed on, but then again, it's just like you're not even sure why anybody's there yet.
Oh, they used it as a distraction, right? I actually remember that now. Yeah, you're right. They literally brought the whole thing. Yeah, Silverwolf said that. Yeah, they lured the Antimatter Legion there as a distraction so that they could steal the Stellaron. So
Oh, I remember that.
they're
That doesn't get brought up a lot. I don't know why that like never gets like referenced. Where it's just like, oh, how come we can't trust the Stellaron Hunters? Like none of the characters ever brings up that point. But they also might not know that. Like we as the player might, but
I
I don't
don't
know
think
if like
anyone
the
really would
characters
know that.
know.
No, I
Yeah,
don't
that's
think they
true.
do. But
Um,
like, I mean, even if they don't know that, they know about all the other things the Stellaron hunters have done. Like, I'm sure they understand that they aren't exactly, or at least I hope that they understand that they aren't good people. They did have the same goals as us, it seems, in certain situations, like on the Lawfu. But there
oh,
was the whole
we'll get to that.
like yeah like in the Kafka trailer and whatnot. It's like, oh, she's currently invading an IPC thing or whatever, and then there's the Japella rebellion where she caused an entire planet to have a rebellion, and millions or billions, trillions, however many people are on that planet died. So like, they're not good people. They're definitely not good people.
Uh,
They take
yeah.
a more of like a, what's the word for it? Like, I want to say anti-hero, but I don't know if that's entirely accurate, because like they they may end up having good goals, but they're killing people. Like a lot of people are also dying. It's like, oh, is this person important to the script? Nah, bang, kind of thing.
I don't know if I don't know. Anti-hero could be correct, but it depends on. I don't know. I will say here's one thing. Okay, here's one thing from my perspective that I think might be confusing to the average player, because I think, like we talked about prior to this, I definitely represent more of the average player's experience with this story because I play it, and I don't think that much about it in hindsight, and unless I'm prompted to, but I don't actually know what this, like I know the Stellar Hunters hunt Stellarons, but I don't know why. Like I actually don't know what they want. I never
Yeah.
really understand what they're there for, like what their purpose is. I just think when they show up, it's like cool. It's like when we get to Penacony, it's like, why is Sam there? There's no, I mean, unless there is a Stellaron on Penacony, I would assume there's probably going to be a Stellaron in every planet
Oh,
every
it's
planet we
entirely
go to.
possible. But yeah,
But
we'll get
actually,
to
things
that
like, yeah,
discussion as to what I think the Stellaron might be for Penacony when we get there. But
yeah.
I think I don't know if it was really fully described until we got to the Lafu, but basically the whole premise is the Elio has seen like either the end of the universe or a disaster, and their entire plan is to prevent that from happening. So righteous villains, yeah, that might be the term. Like a good example would be like Thanos. Like they act in a similar way to Thanos, where he thinks what he's doing is for the betterment of the universe, but is it morally correct? No. May it have actually helped? Possibly, but that involved killing half of all life.
Yeah, I guess it's like also like Nanook. I mean, same thing with Nanook. I mean, I guess I actually love that term, righteous villain. That's a great term. I mean, that probably describes Nanook well to a point because he's definitely thinking about things on a cosmic scale of what's better for the universe without really giving much consideration. Where it's like, yeah, if we get rid of all society, we get rid of all life, then everything will go back to normal, or everything will go back to like equilibrium. But which is actually very interesting that I feel like Nanook and Equilibrium have a lot of overlaps to it because he wants to bring things back to a prior state because he feels like the path that everyone's going on is not the best, and it's not good for the universe as a whole, which
Yeah.
I hope that does
That,
come into it, but yeah.
that's interesting. Speaking on the topic of Nanook, did you get to that point in the simulated universe story with something that might bring a correlation between Machiavelli and Nanook?
Um I I saw a pretty picture with different things and didn't read any of the dialogue. Whenever something appeared, I'm like, wow, that looks crazy. I don't know what it means, but like,
Yeah.
I just remember seeing what Equilibrium looks like. Where I'm like, wow, he looks kind of funky. But I honestly, I'll admit, I don't. I had to read it even afterwards when I try to go for the fact my ADHD brain is just like, yeah, no,
Yeah, I know, I get
there's no
that.
anchor point. There's no anchor point where I can like sink my teeth into it. I'm just like, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
But what is that? You may have gotten farther than I have.
Oh yeah, yeah. Use Bigfoot assault. What? Hello, Addy. How's it going? But yeah, the whole thing behind that is when you get into a certain point. I can't remember if it was Swarm. I think it was in Swarm. But there was a little segment with there was an image of a character that looked like what was to be a young Nanook, similar in design and whatnot. But the story was about Machiavelli,
Hmm.
so it was like maybe like the theory that myself and a few others have is that maybe it's kind of similar to how the sibling is in the Genshin story. I guess is a good correlation. Is like they were an adventurer, they explored the universe, but then at some point they realized, hey, this place needs to be changed, or something's wrong with this universe. I need to fix it, and then they like completely twist and became a quote unquote villain of the story. He was bleeding gold
Okay.
and holding a nameless tag. Yeah, right, right. So like, and as you have probably seen from Nanook's art, bro looks like he's bleeding gold. Like,
Oh yeah, I did. Interesting. And he also is the newest Aeon. That's the other thing I do know about like the Stellaron, or not Stellaron, the Aeon
the
relationship is like
Aeons, yeah.
he's like relatively pretty new compared to all the
Yeah, he
others.
is one of the newer Aeons, if not the newest, from what I remember as well. Yeah, and it's interesting too, because then in Golden Gears we get more story that aha. Well, actually, no, we also got that in it was in Penacony stuff. Yeah, right. That aha was a nameless.
Yeah, which I think is funny. I think it's really
Yeah,
really funny. I think it also kind of like fits. It also personifies. So here's the other thing too with that I think maybe isn't always super clear, which I think is perfectly fine because I like artistic interpretation. Is how well do you think we know what all of the Aeons look like? I mean, how do we? I mean, maybe what is it? The preservation one, not preservation. What is actually the giant robot? What path is that?
Noose.
Eridation.
That's Erudition.
News. I'm assuming we know what that one looks like because it was literally a supercomputer
Yeah.
that
So
was
the that
that was
that
built by
is
member number one, if I'm
yeah
not
Xandar.
mistaken. Yeah.
You are correct. Yes.
who's still alive, even though he definitely. I mean, he definitely shouldn't be if he's that old. But
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they ever really get into that yet. I just know it's like he's member number 1, but like, dude should in theory not be alive because that I think the Genius Society is what, like very very old, like over hundreds of years old.
Yes, the Genius Society has been around for quite some time. I don't know if we know how long exactly, but it has been quite some time. And clearly, Screwlum also had a glow up because he looks so much different in his portrait. So that was another thing that I was curious about. It's like we see him in the story, but we have had his portrait here since the start, and he looks so different. Like,
Oh yeah, that's true. I wonder if it's just because that's how portraits are. If there's something else at work, I never thought about that. Hmm.
yeah,
Could be
it's
either.
like Screwlum might have just also been around for quite some time.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely something that is really interesting. They're at least as old as Noose. Yeah, and do we know how old Noose is, or is that still just kind of up in the air thing? Because that is something that's definitely interesting. But yeah, like some of the older Aeons that have been around for a long time, like Klipoth Preservation is one of the older ones, if I'm not mistaken. Older than Lon. Oh, right, the Hunt Aeon is also a fairly new one. I forgot about that. Same with the Abundance Yaoshe, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Oh really? Oh yeah. I mean, I've honestly have like I don't have much sense of how. I just know that I only know that Nanook is like, I think he might literally be the newest one, but I don't have any relative idea of some of the other ones. I would assume Nihility has been around like a very 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 long time, just by the fact that it's a giant planet.
It's a little black
Out
hole.
somewhere, little sad planet, which I was like the design of. But I always think about like Ahav, like of his design aborting the Express, and I always wonder if maybe they can take human form, or like a very like a normal form to like walk among people
A
based on what
more
they actually look
humanoid
like.
esque form, yeah.
Yeah, because I actually thought that the Aeons weren't. See, I think the more we play, the more we realize of like what's real, what's not. I always got the impression that the Aeons were concepts and not real beings, but they're definitely real beings.
Yeah.
Obviously that's
Or at
confirmed now,
least
but
at
when we
some
first
point
started.
were. Yeah.
Oh yeah, do we know? Like, is Aha dead?
No, Aha's alive, to our knowledge.
Um, okay, I guess to our knowledge, yeah. I guess for Akiaveli, he doesn't. We didn't confirm that he died. He just kind of disappeared, and we don't know where he
Yeah.
is in theory.
Which is why there's speculation that Machiavelli just became Nanook.
Hmm. I have another. I mean, I have another crackpot theory that's not super relevant to this. They would never do it, but I would love the idea of Akaveli is the traveler from Genshin, because it would fit into the whole point
Oh,
of like
yeah.
the traveler becomes the path of the trailblazer, going from place to place, because Genshin's plot is literally like, our main story beat in that game is travel all of the world so that you can understand the truth of Teyvat. I don't know. Again, that's a very crackpot theory that's definitely
Yeah.
not true, but it's fun to think
Well,
about.
they were initially just passerbys from another world, so it's like they're basically that universe's trailblazers, I guess is the best way to
I,
describe it.
that's true. I mean, how much is okay? Because I don't play Honkai Impact, but how much of the universe is like shared? Actually, I get two things to that. Number one is for multiverse. Um, Genshin and Star Rail, or Genshin and Honkai overall, are they part of the same multiverse, or are they just
Yes, they
overlap?
are.
Or are they just like, oh, so they actually are confirmed to be
Yeah.
like in that
So
same multiverse realm?
yeah, in Honkai Impact there is there are two places that are like outside of reality. There is the Sea of Quanta, which is just like a kind of out of space place. And then there's the location of the imaginary tree, which is outside of time. So there's, of course, a big ol' tree with all the branches and whatnot, like infinite branches of infinite timelines and whatnot, kind of like how from Norse mythology you have whatever that tree was called. I'm forgetting, but they uh they have a similar concept to that, and it has been confirmed that Genshin and Star Rail are some of those branches. So it like the imaginary tree is a space outside of the Honkai universe. So it's like in between all of them, I guess is a way to describe it. Tevat
Okay.
may be a bubble universe, right? Yeah, that was another thing that was speculated as well.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, no, I always think about. I mean, I still think that the Easter, like the little gliding Easter egg is. I feel like that's definitely more of a game Easter egg versus like a hint that they're related. I don't know. It could be either, and it doesn't really. I feel it. People could argue one way or the other, and I feel like no one's right.
Yeah, one
Um.
thing that I think might be a possible theory is that the abyss is just the Sea of Quanta, because that would actually be pretty interesting and would also make sense because when they refer to it in Genshin, it's not part of Tevat. It's its own separate thing. So that I think would be pretty interesting and would make sense because like that narwhal does not look like it's from the Genshin the Genshin world, the good old space narwhal.
That's true. They gotta be. I feel like they gotta be careful though. As cool as
Oh,
it
for
would be to
sure.
integrate like Honkai with Genshin, I'm gonna make an assumption that might be a wrong assumption. I think at least half, if not more, of the Genshin player base has probably never played Honkai Impact the Third. I think there's more of an
Oh,
overlap
most
between Honkai Star
definitely.
Rail, but Honkai Impact, I think, because even just from a gameplay perspective, I think people see, they go from Overworld to that. And by the way, this is not me knocking on Honkai Impact. The only thing I can really knock Honkai Impact on is um their power creep is crazy.
Oh,
It's too
it's so
crazy for
bad.
me.
It's
Um
it's terrible actually. You're correct with that. It's
Like
insane.
that was the one thing where I'm like, oh, this is dangerous. I can't. My bank account can't
Yeah,
can't
it's
take a
like,
game like
oh
this.
hey, I got the meta character, and then they release a new character. Oh, this is now the meta character. It's like, oh no. Um,
Yeah,
how do I
and then you
keep up
also,
with the
in order
meta?
to use them fully, you gotta roll. I don't know, was it their stigmata, which is their weapon? Is their
Uh,
weapon and artifacts at the same time, kinda?
yeah. So there's a banner that has there's both stigmata and weapon, and the
Stigmata
stigmata
is
is the artifact equivalent.
you gotta roll for the. Oh my god, no, yeah, no, I can't. I can't.
Yeah,
No,
so
no.
there are craftable ones. Like a good portion of them are also just craftable, but the grind for them is rough. Granted, you don't have to worry about rolls. There is an extra set of stuff that has rolls. They're called affixes,
Okay.
but the main bonuses of the artifacts is just set in stone, and the
Okay.
stats that they give.
So it's
So
kind of like a
it
balance. So it's like in theory
it's
you
kind
could
of
spend the same amount of time. You could spend the same amount of time farming for good Genshin artifacts based on the RNG, but for Honkai Impact it's guaranteed, but you just got to spend a lot of literal time. Like
yes.
you can't hope to get you the downside is you can't hope to just get good pieces
Yeah, you can't hope
fast
to
and
get lucky
lucky,
because
but
that's not going to happen. There's no
okay,
factor involved when
that's
you're
fair.
making them.
It's almost like if they're, by the way, I think this would be a better system. We're not here to talk about gotcha systems, but like if imagine if in pulling on characters, let's say 80, it was always guaranteed, but the trade-off is you could never get earlies. I personally would not mind that system because I feel
Okay,
like I never get early anyway.
it's funny that you bring that up because Kuro Games, the ones that are making Wuthering Waves, they have a game before called Punishing Grey Raven, where in that game they have two separate banners for the event character. One is your traditional rate up banner that's 90, but you have like a higher base chance of getting it. But then they have another one with a lower base chance of getting it, but instead of 90, it's 60. So,
Oh, okay. Well, I don't even know about that. I've heard of Punishing Gray Raven. I've like seen some posts here and there. I haven't never looked into it, but okay.
Yeah, and there's also no 50-50 to lose. You just get the character. Same thing with the weapon.
Wow. Okay. Must be must be nice.
Yeah,
Um.
it is pretty nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like,
But my
if
yeah.
you save up, you can basically guaranteed get the character that you want each patch. Like you don't gotta spend nothing.
That's really cool. Yeah, I think the more Genshin was my first gotcha, and I think my perception of Genshin based on like was it stingy, was it not, is it's I feel like as much as people shit on Genshin stuff, I think their pity system isn't like terrible. I do think the weapon banner is a little greedy, but
No, the weapon banner is a complete scam, in my opinion.
it could be
It
better.
it was worse, and it's
Yeah.
still not good. Yeah.
You know
Also
I
with
only
punishing Grey Riven, none of the weapons ever leave rotation.
Oh,
They're
that's
all
really
there, and you
cool.
can select any of them at any time.
Eh, So one thing that always gets brought up to me about weapon banner is the Tectone experience of pulling first staff of
With
Homa,
Homa, yeah.
and only last week did I actually watch the full thing because I
Oh
never really
no.
remembered to look at it, and I'm just
Yeah.
like, wow, this really is like I thought people were exaggerating. I thought maybe there's no way it's as bad as it is. No,
No.
it was like the universe was hoping he'd fail. It was
Yeah,
that
no, that it
bad.
was absolutely terrible. Like when I did my pulls on that bear, I got super lucky. Like I got both Homa and Gravestone like in 40 pulls. But then I went and saw his video and I'm like, "Oh my gosh." Like that could have been me and I'm glad it wasn't, but it shouldn't be anybody. Like that's terrible. Like it's just it's nice that they changed it, but it's still bad. Like I don't think the new uh like focused system is good either. Like the fact that they have two weapons on it reduces it from being a 50-50 already, but then you have to fail to get your weapon twice. When I think it should just be once. Like that like yeah, like Spooky saying, either split the weapon banner, like because they have two character banners. Why don't they have two weapon banners? Like that is something that they
Yeah.
could easily do, but
They
they
could
don't.
do. They won't, and they won't.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think people should stop expecting them to do it because they won't.
I
It's
mean,
they they don't. I mean, because it's like Genshin. And again, we're gonna maybe get a little too off topic, but Genshin doesn't
yeah.
change. I don't think. I think people. Okay, this is my one take on Genshin, or my one thing to say about this specific area. I think people got to stop expecting Genshin to change, and they either have to enjoy. Like, okay, it's not like you can't wish for things to like get better, but I think for how long this game has been around, and given that it has as much staying power, I I think that for certain people, and by the way, I don't mean like for example for let's say like what Spooky's mentioned for like split the one better. Like I think making those statements is very valid, and if you put it on the survey, that's definitely good. But I think doing things like review bombing, taking it out on Google Classroom,
Yeah,
I think
don't do that at
I
Google
think there is a
Classroom.
destructive way there's a destructive way that people are going about it there. I'm like, yeah, no, don't do that. But I think if you have constructive feedback, put it in the survey. I think that Hoyo probably does listen to feedback, but some made a really interesting point in a Reddit that where it's like Hoyo is probably so busy with their roadmap that they probably don't even have the ability to apply feedback until much later than it's being received, which is probably why we're only now starting to get certain quality of life items.
Yeah, well
Because they have their
they
roadmap,
also
they
have
have
like
their
a
dev efforts.
yeah, they have a short time frame to get out all the content that they need to. Like live service games is also just like a hard thing to do. It's not entirely live service based. I guess it still kind of is, but like they got their time frames. They got to push stuff out, and it is rough and unfortunate that the way things are. I do think it still should change as well, but like they definitely don't go review bomb Google Classroom. They have nothing to do with it. Like with one of the more recent ones with how things were, the sentiment, people were like starting to review bomb companies that had sponsorships with Genshin Impact, which like I get the premise behind it, but that only negatively impacts the game because that leaves out the chances for more sponsorships, which makes it harder for the game itself to be financially stable, which could just kill the game. Not saying that it would at this point, because Genshin is Genshin. I don't think anything really can kill it at this point, except for like people
No.
just eventually stop caring and stop playing, because it'll happen eventually. We all know it will. It happens with every game, unless it's like strictly designed to be playable forever, like Minecraft.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if Minecraft's ever gonna go away. I don't think it will.
Probably. Yeah, probably like not. Probably not in the way that we understand it. It might change some kind of form. I mean, if we take again, I'll get back into the topic after this, but like even a game like League, where it's like, yeah, no, that's still around. That hasn't gone anywhere. People
Yeah,
say League sucks. I mean, I personally don't like League, but
yeah, I
at the
don't either.
same time, it's like I acknowledge that it definitely has a lot of staying power. If people didn't like it, they never would.
Yeah,
It wouldn't still be
exactly.
as big um as it is. But getting back to the other thing about the parallel universe, because that uh went in some tangents, was so I read somewhere that apparently because of a mistranslation somewhere, either in an interview or in something a character said, or I think more so Welt said, a lot of people believe that like the Honkai Impact and then Honkai Star Rail are like parallel or alternative universes, but apparently it's just that where Welt is from, which I learned is apparently what is it, Sweden or Norway. He's from Earth. Like he's an Earthling
Yeah,
who's from a country, which by the way is crazy to me that he actually like I like to be like, oh, Welt home planet. And it's like, oh, Earth. Like he's from where is
yeah.
it specifically? Uh where to say he's like from trying to find out the specifics of like where Welt is from because I forget Welt country. I don't. It's not like that. This part is important. I think he's like Swedish or something. Either way, point is
Yeah.
apparently where Earth is on the other side of like the universe. So where like the Express currently is, like Penacony, Urillo, all that, it's just light years away from where Earth is to the point where it might as well be on another universe. But it's technically same universe. It's just space is really really big, and they're on like the opposite side of space, basically.
uh I'm
I
not
don't know how
sure
true that is,
where
but
that information came from, but it actually has been confirmed that he is from the Honkai Impact universe in the Alien Space manga. They have an actual canon manga that was released showing him like traveling from the Honkai Impact universe on the train to the Star Rail universe. So he is in fact the Welt Yang that we all know from Honkai Impact Third.
oh yeah, that I knew, but it was just like he went through a wormhole and appeared on the other side of space, but it's not an alternative universe. It's just another part of space. If it is an alternative universe, that's fine. I just
Um
remember reading something about like there being a mistranslation of
maybe.
like where that Welt. It's either a parallel Earth or parallel universe, or it's just the same universe, but like it's light years away to the point where Welt trying to get back to Earth is so improbable to do.
Yeah.
I
See that part is
yeah.
confusing. I think it is still a different universe because I mean there is also the part where Silver Wolf is literally playing Honkai Impact in Honkai Star Rail.
Oh
So
really? Okay.
yeah, so there is also that. But ah yes, my favorite character Joachim. Yeah, because Welt's original name is like Joachim Nokian Vertan or something like that.
That sounds Norwegian
Norwegian. Yeah.
for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. He is here to protect Himiko. Maybe. Maybe. Doesn't want to see another one die, you know?
Did he know? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I know by the way, I know what happens to like Himiko. That's probably the worst kept secret in
Yeah.
Honkai
Oh,
because even if you never
definitely.
play it, I remember when I started playing the game, on stream and Himiko first appeared on screen, someone went, "Oh, she died in the other one," and I'm like, "Yeah, I
Oh,
know.
okay.
I'm like, yeah, I know. But if I didn't, like, why,
Yeah, why
would that
would
have
you
really
just
been the
spoil
best
that,
thing to
bro? Like,
say?"
come on.
Yeah, it was just kind of like straight up, just like, yeah. I mean, I guess so, but like, why would you? Why would that be the first thing you say anyway? But no, people love to bring up the fact that she dies in the other game. It's
Yeah,
well, I guess if you're listening to this and you don't know, sorry, but I feel like everyone at this point probably does.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
one of those
I
things
mean,
where it's like you probably know.
yeah, like, and I mean, I don't think it would really denote from the impact if you haven't played it and do want to go play it yourself. Which, if you do, I would recommend it if you got the time. I would definitely go through that story. I do wish they would update the beginning of that story though, because like you can feel that the start of that story was a 2016 game. Like it is dated,
Oh
but
wow. Okay.
like it does get better over time. Like Spooky in the chat actually just recently finished some of the later chapters. Like he's into more recent stuff now, like a year old, I think, at the point he's at. But you could definitely see the differences in how they develop over time for sure. Alien Space says the Sky People are after Himiko for some reason. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. But yeah. Anyways, back to the Eurilla story.
I love how we've really all right. We've gone so off track. That's like one of my biggest issues is
I mean, hey, we're just here to
it's
have a
the
good
ADHD
time.
talking. Yeah, that's true.
I,
But okay, you're all right. So to recap as poorly as I possibly can. Um, Herta space station. Stellar hunters come. They bring uh they bring destruction to act as a distraction so that they could use the Stellaron to make a person for some reason that we don't know. This person, who is the protagonist, they meet the Trailblazer. We basically beat the Red Eyes Black Dragon.
yeah,
We get pelted by Welt, and then
we got a
Himiko
baseball
asks
bat
us,
somehow.
yeah, Himiko, we become, what is it, the Galactic Brawler? We have no the
The
something
Galactic
something.
Baseballer.
Yeah, the galactic. We become the Galactic Baseballer, and then we get asked to join the Astral Express, and I think that leads into Eurillo, which, if you want to take away why we're there.
Yeah, so we were just on a normal travel route or whatever, but we ended up getting stopped because of a Stellaron surge that occurred on Eurillo. So we ended up having to like go down there, see what's what, see if we can't find the Stellaron quickly and get rid of it, and then be on our way. Because I don't remember specifically why, but they somehow affect how the Astral Express functions and stops it from being able to go from place to place. But we end up going there, and then at the start, of course, we're off in the snow. We find everyone's favorite swindler, smuggler, hustler, whatever you want to call him, Sampo Kiosk. I mean Sampo Koski. But yeah, and then we're trying to like figure out what's going on with the planet. Good old Sampo being Sampo just basically throws us under the bus as he does. And then we get introduced to the only known city that is left on the planet. Good old Bellabog. And honestly, so far, I think to this day that Eurillo is my favorite of the story arcs that we've had so far. Well, we'll see how it goes with Penacony, but I really like the pacing and like the build up of the Bellabog story. It is really interesting to me. Seppo Kiosk is an apt name since he's a man of business. Exactly. But yeah, so it's really nice. Like, I think the pacing for the start was really good, where we end up going to the city, kind of like, at a normal pace it would feel like when we're hiking over from wherever we landed. And then we get introduced to some of the main characters like Japard, the Knights of the Guard captain, good old Geppetto. He protecting the people. But yeah, so I like his character a lot. His character is really interesting. You already like you don't get too much at the start, but you do get that little hint of like he's going to be a very loyal character for things later on. And you go in or whatever, then Sampo just kind of gases everybody, knocks you out, and then you end up in the underground and whatnot. Like all that fun stuff. Actually, let's see. How did it? I'm trying to exactly remember myself how it initially started. I think right. He ditched us first. Then we went to get to see the city and whatnot. How everything was. Japard was like showing us around. We got to meet the Supreme Guardian, who like I don't know, how far did you get into Honkai Impact? Because Cocolia was also a character in there as well, and
Oh,
they
was
kind of
she?
have a yeah.
I don't think I ever met her.
Okay,
Did she like a member of the school?
so she was her own different thing. She actually ran an orphanage, which is where Bronya and Sele initially came from, before they ended up going to the school. So she had her orphanage in Siberia, I believe it was.
Oh.
But she wasn't your average your average taking care of all the orphans and whatnot. There was also experiments that were going on everyone there, and all of the children got to be the experiments. She was a bad lady in there too, yes. Except maybe even more egregious than the one in Star Rail. But yeah, so basically there's some similarities to or like parallels, I guess I should say, to how she was in Honkai Impact Story, but here she's the de facto ruler of the last city of Urilo, and we get some interesting conversations with her. Everything seems to be pretty cool, pretty chill. We're like, hey, we're here to help out with the Stellaron thing or whatever, and everything seems more or less fine. She's a little suspicious and eerie, like there's hints of stuff going on. She was a bad lady, indirectly causing the second eruption. Yeah, oh yeah, there was also that. But yeah, but for Star Rail Story, I do very much like her character in this, even more so than in Impact, because it's like she had good intentions and she just wanted the betterment of society, but was corrupted by all the voices in her head from the Stellaron, and it was very interesting. So we had our little discussion with her and whatnot. Then we went to the nice fancy hotel where we could choose to go in the closet and talk to the voices. I love that. That was funny.
I think that's the guess. I think that's what I really liked about Bellabog was it was the that's where you first got to see the humor of like the game really kind of cement itself. I think it sets the pace for or sets the tone for the whole series where there's definitely serious moments, but it is very goofy, and I love how goofy Star Rail.
Yeah.
I love how it knows when to be goofy, but when not to be, which I think is
Oh,
really
for
really nice.
sure.
Like I think games can definitely be really lighthearted, but like when bad things happen, they do treat it like as a bad thing, which is nice. I actually found myself really enjoying it and thinking, oh wow, like I actually don't mind reading this dialogue that doesn't last, by the way. I eventually I get used to it. I'm like, okay, I don't like reading anymore. But when it
Yeah.
first came out, I'm like, it's good to read something that isn't like mundane and is actually kind of funny. But then
Yeah.
eventually you're just like, all right, yeah. But and
They
then
definitely
from
had a lot of good references and funny jokes that they were able to just put into some certain areas that didn't have a like take away from the impact of the main story. So it was pretty nice when we first got it.
Exactly. And it's funny that you mentioned stuff about like Kokolia being like a good person who got corrupted. It's so funny because in my own perspective, I just like don't I don't know why. I think it's because I wasn't paying enough attention. I always saw her as just somebody who eventually was just like, yeah, you know what? Well, maybe this is your take too, but like, it's just like, you know what? Yeah, you're probably right. Who cares? Who cares what happens to Belobog as long as like the mission is maintained. I love the Belobog story. It is one of my favorites. The only thing I do not know or don't remember is what Kokolia's motivation is. I just know overworld bad, underground good, Kokolia also bad, and reason for why above ground is bad. But then I honestly don't even. I always see her as like a bad person, but I never actually think about her as like as kind of like troubled. But I think it's because by the time I get to someone like Ron May, I'm into the story more. Whereas at this point, I'm just like, evil person is evil.
Yeah, so the whole premise behind Cocolia, just to like reiterate her character, is I mean, she was the Supreme Guardian. She was chosen for that position, and the whole reason behind it is because she wanted to see a better Belobog. She wanted to make sure that her people could survive through the Eternal Freeze, because the whole thing is that like it's constantly like progressing and getting worse and worse, and they can't exactly stop it. So they were trying their best and doing everything that they can to make that work. As for closing off the underground, I don't remember exactly why they did. My speculation, just from like what I think I remember, I don't know if it's actually true, is just to like cut off the amount of resources that they need, like a tactical, hey, some of us can survive, all of us cannot, and like kind of force the people to see the underground people as lesser, so they're more desensitized to the fact that like half of their society is going to just die so that the rest can live. And another factor might have been to specifically keep Svarog down there, because Svarog had the information needed that if the people knew what they were looking for, they could get that out of him and then understand more so what was really going on behind the scenes. Oh, the fragmentum was growing. Okay, so I guess the fragmentum was progressing a lot faster down there than it was above ground, so they cut it off. Okay, yeah, no, that makes more sense.
But the fragmentum was being used for like it was being used for Kokolia's purpose mission,
Well,
right?
the Stellaron, I don't know if Cocolia knew that the two were being caused by like the same thing. Like, I don't know if she knew that the fragmentum was being created by the Stellaron. And to be fair, maybe she was just being manipulated in that sense, because she's been being manipulated by the voice of the Stellaron. So she could just have been led to believe that, hey, this thing is a good thing. It's going to help save the people, and it'll stop those fragmentum monsters, you know? But
Yeah.
that's like
Um,
the premise I think that was behind it, at least for how she was being manipulated and twisted, because clearly she's not in the right mental state for how things are going.
okay, no, that makes sense. And how do you feel in the alignment of the decision after the fact? I guess maybe even before that, because I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. Um, what happened during Trailblazer's like Super Saiyan moment, if you can call it that? Where he basically gets stabbed and gets the big weapon. I honestly, my only understanding of that is that somehow he was being acknowledged by the preservation. But I that's just the only thing that I really could take away from it. I really didn't pay attention to some of the minutia part of that.
Yeah. So it's not specifically explained how he just, got back up and was chilling. He kind of had an anime moment, I guess, where in that moment of strife and whatnot, the clip off, the Aeon of preservation or whatever was like, noticed you and was like, hey, I need your help, bro. You're the only hope for Bellabog, so they just gave us some of their power or whatever. And like it was interesting because when we went into the other plane or whatever, it was the previous spirits of the Supreme Guardian, if I remember correctly. Like there was a little kid that was representing all of them, and I guess like they kind of forced the Aeon's gaze upon us by like showing us that weapon or whatever, so we would grab that and then we would get noticed by Klipoth, and then we would be granted that power. Or like I guess the power was stored in that lance in some way, maybe is the way to describe it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I
So
never really
like
quite got the grasp of what was happening.
yeah,
Other
I
than
don't
like
think it
it was
was
cool.
entirely explained.
Okay.
It's a little vague, but the whole idea behind it is like, hey, I don't think like all of the previous guardians had a spirit. It's like we don't think we can do this anymore. Would you be willing to help us, kind of thing? And it's like, heck yeah, I'm gonna have my anime moment. I'm gonna grab this lance, and then we gotta grab it and whatnot. And like we had to fight to be able to even grab it in there, which I thought was interesting, kind of maybe like rejecting us since they have their own system for who the preservation chooses. It's like you have to be a supreme guardian or whatever, but we kind of like forced our way to grab the lance, and then it's like now that we've grabbed it, it doesn't matter. The Aeon just gives us the power, kind of thing.
And
I'm not
do they
sure,
canonically
but
not have it anymore? Because Trailblazer, I mean, unless I'm wrong, I don't think Trailblazer is mostly always in their baseball form, right? I don't think I've ever, after that fight, I don't really see them being in there.
yeah, they typically
Um,
always have the bat. You're right.
I don't think they like use. I was kind of assuming it would be like in Genshin, how whenever they take on the form of a new element, it's kind of their default look until the next region. But I think Trailblazer just has like a. I think maybe he has a personal preference to like the baseball.
Or
Um.
it could have just been something they were only able to use in that moment, and then they had to like
Oh,
give
that's
the
true. Maybe
lance
they can't
back.
use it. Oh yeah, maybe it's not like maybe it was like oh power in the moment, but it's not power you have
Yeah,
access to always.
but yeah, and as Spooky said, the story point for there was more about the actual themes than the reason behind them acquiring it. So it's not entirely cohesive. So I guess that's like something to think about there. But it was more about what was actually going on and like the themes behind it than what was physically happening. Because I mean, we were in a dream world of some sort to even get there. So
Yeah, I don't take any issue. I honestly don't take any issue with like I feel like there's plenty of stories where character near dying gets saved by like spiritual powers of like an area and they're granted a power in order to like save everybody. I think that's fine as long as it's explained why and it's not just oh, you
yeah,
get this power because the game needs you to have it and
because of
whoa. Like
reasons.
yeah, as long as the reason isn't because reasons, that's again that's why I figure sometimes it's just more on me. Um it's more on me just not like paying attention, but I also think I naturally just I glaze over really grandiose moments like that when I don't know why. I think maybe because I've seen that trope used it so many times. I am very particular about when you use it, but that's also just me being really picky. It's not
Yeah.
Star Rail's fault. It's just
Oh, for sure.
I don't like that trope unless it's really earned. And I don't know if it I mean it's debated if it's like it was earned in that moment. I don't know. That's neither
Uh,
like here or there. I feel like here's the thing. If it had to belong to anybody, I feel like maybe it makes more sense for it to go to like Bronya, but at the same time, Bronya wasn't really fighting Cocolia like that. I think Bronya
yeah,
couldn't fight her, right?
because Bronya was conflicted. There wasn't much that
Yeah.
she could really do in that situation. But since we are kind of like going through our own story, doing our own thing, we decide what we want to do. And in that moment, like of a culmination of everything we've seen from that world, we decided that what we really wanted was to help the people. So the Guardians took notice of that and were like, "Hey, you want to help us? We're gonna give you that opportunity to be able to help us, kind of thing.
Okay, it kind of feels like you're talking about the Green Lanterns whenever you say Guardians.
Oh yeah, the Guardians of All, you know.
Yeah, which thematically like would fit in a Green Lantern story where like let's say he doesn't have his ring and for some reason they're like, oh yeah, okay, you've earned your ring back or something.
You're
like
worthy of it once more.
There's probably definitely there has to be at least one Green Lantern story where that has happened. I would be baffled if it happened.
No, definitely.
Um,
And I guess
what did you? Yeah.
I just wanted to say, from what Spooky said, I guess we do still have the lance from the museum
the one
quest.
in the
Explain
museum
that
is a replica. I guess maybe the Trailblazer just doesn't do anything with it. Maybe they're just like, yeah, I have it, but I don't want to use it, which is I guess a fair.
Or for like dire situations, kind of thing.
That's also true because there's a few like I know there's also that trope, by the way, which I think is a great trope because it helps explain or avoid power creep where it's like, oh, you have this power, right? It's like, yeah, but I can't use it right now, or I don't know how to use it again. One of those along those lines. But what option did you choose afterwards about how do we explain what just happened? I chose to hide the details because I felt that it was better for Eurillo to have hope than for them to know the truth.
Yeah, so in reality, what you choose there actually doesn't matter because Brony decides something regardless. Yeah, but I chose the option of no, you should tell the people the truth because even if it hurts, it's going to be better because then the people will trust you. But like then she iterates her points of like if you choose that other option, like, hey, I guess that makes sense. It's better that they don't know and see her more as the hero because they don't have to know. Like, the main problem has already been dealt with. So since everyone already thought she was a great person, I think they think it's better to just leave it that way, so that it doesn't have any dissent or like maybe that could even lead to questioning whether or not Bronya is worthy to lead either, or if she might just be lying to them about that too, and it was a whole coup to take over. So I can see how that other way would have been a better way to do things. I just wanted to see if there was another option, so I was like, hey, you should tell them the truth. But
do you think it would have changed do you think it would have created a branch that would be too hard for the devs to keep track of because it would impact what things that kind of I feel you know what it's also too which I could totally believe from like a devil's advocate perspective. Hey, sometimes not all the writers are going to be the same, and if we ever go back to Belobog like 2 years later and there are two different story branches with different paths, the devs are gonna not remember, or they're gonna say something contradicting. But that's kind of disappointing. So that's, you know what's funny? I was literally about to praise my whole point, and I feel so. I'm actually glad at least we got to this before I made a fool of myself because I was gonna praise Star Rail how they were like giving you the option of either hiding the truth or revealing it and what impact that would make, but apparently it has none, which is sad.
Yeah, it is unfortunate that there's no real option or impact for that. I wish
there's no choice. There's
they
no
would
choice
have
in
done
anything we
the
choose.
illusion of choice.
Speaking of choice, we'll get to choice in Penacony. I feel like originally I thought there were aspects of Penacony where I'm like, oh, we're given a choice, but then I thought, no, it's not gonna matter anyway.
Or given a choice, but then we're forced not to with the Akron stuff that we can also get to later.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. There was a few answers, but again, we'll get to that. Okay, so Belobog.
yeah.
I'll give my one big take on Belobog just to summarize it.
Yeah, and then after that, I'll get to an attempt at something's messages.
Big thing about Belobog that I really liked is I felt like it was an amazing introduction to the characters as we kind of know them now, where we get the sense of what their relationships are, what their personalities are like. We establish like genuine feelings and connections with a lot of the characters, like Natasha, Hook, Pella, Bronya, Sela. Like we care about all of them. It's a really good narrative of like an oppressor, you know, keeping the oppressed down with the whole upper world underworld, the controversy that the leader has like a big secret, and that I think it's a very nice story. Like it's a very clean story in that you know who to root for, you know what's happening, you know who the heroes and the villains are, which is amazing. But the best thing about it is despite the fact that I don't want to say generic story because I would stray away from that, even though it does lead a little into a more typical plot progression, which there's nothing wrong with. I love the fact that after everything is said and done, everyone acknowledges that, like, yay, we saved the day. But the planet's still kind of fucked. We didn't save that. Nothing can save that. That's
Yeah.
the damage has already been done. And I love that because I hate when protagonists just solve everything 100%. Like everything that
Yeah.
you do just magically fixes the problem. I love how like I forget who admitted it. I think it was Dan Hong or it was Himiko, one of the two, and they're basically just like, yeah, no, we stopped Cocolia, but the planet's still screwed. Like, we
Yeah.
can't do anything about that.
Yeah, no, and I love that too. I like when stories actually like have repercussions for events that have occurred and it's not like fixed immediately or sometimes even ever. I think that that is something more stories should do because you do have those things where it's like oh this big tragic catastrophe happened, the city's burning, everyone's suffering, and then you just come back the next day and everything's fine, the city's all back to normal and like everybody's happy go lucky. Lurk 1.5 hours later to get first. Welcome back, Ari. All right, let me grab these messages real quick because they also lead into some of the context here. But this is why we get nothing on Zhenzhou. We basically get dragged along. Well, in Belobog, we learn to establish, connect, empathize, the actual express motto, because the MC is willing to take the role of preservation from the previous architect. Does fall into a gray area. If people know the truth, they're definitely going to be some bad actor trying to make Bronya the villain and depose her. Yeah, yeah, that's why I brought it up earlier, because I feel like that is something that could happen, especially with the fact that Cocolia was extremely trusted. Like, nobody had any reason to doubt her, because they thought everything was going well. They didn't know that she was the implicator of everything that was happening. So I definitely agree with the way that they did take the story. I think it makes the most sense. But definitely the contrast of the Belobog story to the Lawfu, which we'll get to shortly, I do agree. We really did get to spend more time understanding each character's in the like even with the main story, but as well as when we do some of the side stories, like my personal favorite one, the Serval stories, because she's my favorite character and I really love her development throughout the story and how they really keep her personality consistent through the whole thing, because like she's very strong in her convictions. She doesn't take no crap from nobody, and even when we first got like introduced to them, we had a great introduction with them, but then after we go to the hotel and then we wake up and now we're all of a sudden an enemy of the state, she's like, I only met you guys once, but from how we did talk to each other, there's no way that you could have done what was said, so I'm going to still trust you because that's what I believe. And I found that really interesting. And then like she stuck with it till the end, even if it meant going against all of her people, against her brother and everything. And I found that really cool because like obviously she had a grudge against Cocolia from stuff that had happened in the past because she was really close to her, and she was one of the people who got to see how she started to change over time from the effects of the Stellaron, which I really loved. Like it was really nice to see that they actually had another character to bounce off of our antagonist to see what they were like and realize that hey, they were actually a good person at 1.2, but they were manipulated and changed into what we got to see in the main story. And I really loved how when we got taken through all of her stuff, it was like because they intertwined Serval and Japard's stories, but Serval's was like the main antithesis of everything throughout. Like we got to know like a little bit about Japard to kind of like flush out his character a little bit, but it was mostly about Serval, which I think was okay because we didn't need to know too much about Japard. He's a simple guy, but it really helped. Like the way they did it, and of course I'm making a separate video on this later, so I'm not going to talk too much about it right now. But I just love seeing how much it affected her because Cocolia was her best friend, and they just like stopped being friends because of the Stellaron. Of course, Serval didn't know, and like it really broke Serval, and it caused a lot of issues with her and her family because she came from a very prestigious family, and the mother always kept in contact with Serval, and she still would message her, but the father was more of like your typical I can't believe you let this opportunity go. How could you do such a thing? You got to do everything you can to make this up or whatever. But Serval was just not having it anymore. So there was beef between them and they don't talk anymore, kind of thing. And Japard is kind of like forced to be the middleman in that situation. And it's really just an interesting story. I like how well they went through all of that and her character arc. It's great to see the main story be good, but also some of these side quests have like really compelling stories on their own. I like when a game does that.
Yeah, I guess you would have to. I guess there's probably too much of a deep relationship to go over that. I actually even forgot Serval and Cocolia were friends. You're right. I think it's honestly, I think it's just because the character model and physical appearance. I always assume Cocolia is like a like a mm, I don't know, 30, 40-year-old adult, while Serval is like, I don't know, like 22. But and they might be, honestly, the age part doesn't really matter in terms of them being friends. But they did go to school at the same time,
Yeah,
right?
which is also confusing because apparently Pela also did. So there's also that, or like actually I can't remember if Pela went to school with them or if it was just the band. But as we now know, Pela's apparently 16, so that's confusing.
And Hua Hua is 39 years old.
Yeah, also that.
Yeah,
Check
I've just
DMs.
it's just gotcha ages. I don't know. I think it's
Oh
that's
yeah,
all.
I already saw that. Yeah. Yeah, sorry to cut you off there. I'll
No,
let
no,
you continue first.
all good. No, but that's a whole other topic of like, is it just easier just to establish what character ages are so that people can stop being annoying about it? Because there's so many discussions about like ages and arguments about ages, and I mean, we really don't know, but it doesn't really matter, but it does for very specific reasons.
Yeah.
Um, but 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 yeah, I like that it gets hinted at a little bit because I think there are points where Serval brings up the fact that they knew each other, and were friends, but that's cool. That makes me interested of trying out Serval's story quest. She would actually be the last character I would think to actually do the story quest for, but now knowing what the relationship is like, I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
I
Oh,
could actually see some
I
entertainment from that.
cannot recommend that side quest enough. It is so good.
Would you say
Like
it's probably the best one, like the best like side story quest?
companion quest, yeah.
Okay,
I
yeah, that
might be
companion
partially
quest.
biased, but I think it was
Sure, sure,
really
sure.
well done. Yeah, all good.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'll tell you that Deluxe is the best story quest in Genshin, even though it's definitely not. But you have to admit that
No.
it's definitely it's one of the better. I will stand by it's one of the better ones. My
I
bias
liked his
aside.
manga story. His manga story was the more interesting thing to me.
That's true, but we're not here to talk about Diluc. But he's also a character whose arc, Diluc's arc, kind of ended already. Like a lot of characters in Genshin. I don't know if in, I can't say the same for Star Rail because I don't think we've met some of the characters that who are might be like that. Although I don't know, maybe Jingyuan. Although because I feel like we'll get to that in Lafu, but I feel like there's sometimes characters whose arcs are definitely done, and you're meeting them with their like the end of their development. Where if you expect a lot of character growth, you won't get it because they've already done the things they could, whether you experienced it or not.
Yeah.
But and
But
you
yeah,
know,
yeah, Leaf, and I did see that Multiverses is coming back soon. I am excited for that. I definitely am looking forward to that.
did that game go away?
Well, it was technically only ever in beta. Like, it was an
Oh,
open beta, so then they closed it again, and were fixing all of the issues that it had because
oh.
it had a lot.
That'll tell you how much I paid I paid attention to it.
That's fair. No, I was confused because I just like I don't even go there that often, but I went to McDonald's one day and they had like a promotional thing in their Happy Meals for multiverses, and I'm like, wait a minute, hold on, this is back. So then I looked into it, and it was pretty interesting. Pela just band member, band formed after Kokolians. Well, they had their own band first. I think there were two separate bands, if I'm not mistaken, because they did do music together beforehand. But yeah, I guess Pela was a member of the second band as opposed to the
Oh,
first one. Hello, Nova. How's it going? But yeah, the uh, the Topaz stuff. The problem. So I have a few problems with the Topaz story and her character in general and how she was perceived in it. I'm probably no, I don't think we'll go over it too much because it is an event story. We'll go over the more important stuff as opposed to the actual tournament, like the future market stuff, since it is still part of the Yarillo story. But Topaz, like we get to understand Topaz, how she joined the IPC and whatnot, and what her motives are for doing what she does. She tries to do the best she can to save planets based on her past experiences, whether it be the right thing to do or not. It takes place after Foxy and Tail, and you cannot tell me otherwise. See, there's that. That's not what I was talking about, but there is also that. My my other problem was with how her complete like her motivations just turned on a dime when she was like the whole premise behind it is like as a quick summary. So the IPC lent money to people at Urillo before the Eternal Freeze happened. It froze over. They lost contact. Uh, then they regained contact after things restabilized and the Stellaron was taken out. And then IPC be like, hey, we thought you were gone, but since you're not, you want to pay back those taxes now that have ramped up to an extreme amount? So there's that whole crisis, which is like Topaz comes, tries to make a deal with them because she's like the tax collector basically, and is like, okay, so here's what we could do. You can either all come work for the IPC or pay that money back, which I know you don't have, so you better choose that option. And it's like as it progresses or whatever, she's obviously trying to do her best she can because she understands from her own personal upbringing how that can be with society. She's seen her planet go through a very bad situation as well. But find Topaz
like
to be
she
the
was.
definition of a good person raised in a cult. She know what she's doing is wrong, but she's been brainwashed by the cult enough that she can't think bad thing about the IPC. I don't think that's entirely true either. I feel like she does know that they're not inherently good, but she does what she can with the means that she's been provided to get the best possible outcome for each planet.
I don't know. I think she does drink the Kool-Aid a little bit. I don't think she's the craziest member of the IPC because we meet someone else who's actually crazier who funny enough I don't like, but um
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about because I also don't like
yeah.
them.
Yeah, but I think she drinks the Kool-Aid a little bit too hard. I think she has like a good heart, but she's just like, oh, but the IPC it will love you, and the IPC will be great. Like we understand what you're what you guys want to do, but you know we're her stance is like, oh, we're the good guys. We're not as evil as you think we are, even though they kind of are.
Yeah. They come from a perspective of like, hey, you may not think this is good, but we're preserving the universe in the only way that works kind of thing, I guess. But don't think the IPC is bad capitalism. Ho. Also, hello, Luca. How's it going? But yeah, I like with how it goes, because she's very adamant on this whole thing, and like all of that comes up, she starts hosting this tournament or festival thing or whatever to help alleviate the situation for Yurilo and like kind of go ahead with the whole deal, and Bronia's still kind of deciding whether or not this is what's going to be best for her planet. And then eventually Topaz kind of takes it into her own hands and is like, "All right, I'm going to do this or whatever, and like we're going to go through with this because I think I know what's best for your planet." So then we confront her and try to stop her, and she's very adamant that she's going to go through with this, and then Bronya shows up and she's like, "Okay, I'll stop." And I'm like, "What?" Like she just turned on a dime. Like she just stopped sipping the Kool-Aid for no reason. And it was just so like unearned, and like before Bronya even really explained why she's not going to take the deal, Topaz was just like, "Okay, sure, I'll back off." And like it was weird too, because she also kind of like snapped and was like ready to just fight us all when that was not her approach at all. And then she just got extremely aggressive, and then she just snapped back, and I'm like, this doesn't feel in character at all for what was just previously established. And it was very odd. Like I did not like that at all. The third act really just killed Topaz's character for me.
I
And
actually really like Topaz. I don't know. I really like Topaz. I think she's a pretty interesting character, and I actually really like her. I think maybe she changes allegiances too quickly. I can give you that. But I feel like she was a really well-rounded person who definitely didn't feel like necessarily fully good, fully bad, which is definitely part of her strengths. I also love her Scrooge McDuck perspective on money, because she really does believe that like money makes the world go round, and I think that's really really cool. Um, but and also, can I say this? And this is, I guess, future proofing, not future proofing, but like looking at it the other way. We go to Laufu and we get that, and then we go back to the story with like Bellabog and Topaz, and we're like, wow, I forgot that Star Rail had good story. Maybe that's being too mean to Laufu, but it's so true.
no, you're not wrong. Lawfu was definitely a weaker story overall. As an attempt on something said previously, we were kind of just along for the ride and dragged through that arc, and didn't really get to experience it all that much. But no, I like back to Topaz though. I do like the idea and the premise of her character. I think it is really interesting. It's just that it's not consistent. They kind of completely 180'd her character and personality and how she acted in the third act. It was just so jarring to me that I just could not stand it. And it was like, it was just so strange. Like, they were doing pretty well, and then they kind of ruined it for me. Because, like, it was completely out of character for her to just start attacking us and then turn on a dime right after that to just give up and be like, okay, cool. Like,
I guess it's just her doing. I feel like, you know what it is though. I think it's just like she sees us as friends, but she's just doing her job.
oh,
I
to
don't
an
know,
to,
and I can relate to that too. Of just like, yeah, you don't love every aspect of your job, but you got to do it.
see,
You can be
yes
fired if
and
you don't.
no, because there was another point in the story where she literally called to like get like why am I blanking on the term? But like she called the IPC to get permission to attack us, even though she never wanted to attack us initially. Like that is something that happened in the third act that I was like baffled by. It's like, no, like we can solve this in the best way possible, but then she literally calls the IPC. It's like, I have permission to take you down, and I'm like, what? Where is this coming from? Like, That's what really threw me off is like Act 3 Topaz is just a different character from Act 1 and 2. Like there was none of that like the heartfelt sincerity of I understand the situation your planet is in, so I'm going to do the best I can to help it. And then it just turned to a brawl for no apparent reason because they needed their fight scene quota or something. I don't know. It just really felt off to me. But that's just how I see it. Like I don't
That's
know.
fair. I don't know. I feel like it's I don't know. As someone who's technically a cog in the corporate machine, I feel like I maybe relate a little bit personally to the Topaz. Like I feel like I understand Topaz a little bit more because I'm like, girl, I've been where you've been. I think maybe like the not density, but like the intensity of her changes maybe were like a little bit too much because you're right in that there are parts where it feels like she was enjoying it, which may have seemed out of character from a previous scene. But at the same time, it's also very easy to get caught up in a cult. Like, even if you don't believe in something, you can still, like, really get into it or force yourself to get into it. I guess it's just, I don't know. I understand the perspective. This is also a personal bias. I Topaz is one of like the 3 5-star characters I have because I really really like her in general. But I don't know. I like Topaz. I think overall she's a very very good character. I don't have too many complaints with her. From my point of view.
Should have worded it instead of permission to attack, she received order to attack. Yeah, like that's my main problem is like the way that it was implied was that it was her idea to attack us. Like that's my issue. Is like it just felt extremely out of character, and they could have worded it better. And it's like, hey, sorry, but it seems as though I'm gonna have to take you all down because that's what they have told me to do, and like because she wouldn't have wanted to do that because that wouldn't make sense for how her character has been this whole time. She's been doing everything she can to make it as simple and as harmless as possible. But now she's just all of a sudden taking the force approach when it wasn't even necessary because we just went there to talk to her and then she just wanted to fight. Remove the Frosty Barbarian's potence. Yeah, like they should have worded it better to a way where it implied that it was the IPC telling her to do that because it's implicated that she was the one who decided she wanted to fight us and got the order from like the okay from the higher ups. That's my issue with Topaz. And I really do think they could have done that better. And if they did, I would love Topaz. I think Topaz would be a great character. It's just that there's inconsistencies that I just can't stand by that they have done, which is unfortunate. Like there aren't many of those that have happened in this game, which is great. I haven't had too many issues like outside of just the Shensho story, but that is one of them that is just bothersome to me. But you can't win them all. You just gotta point them out when you can, and hopefully they improve upon those things, which it seems as though they have been doing so far with Penacony. I've really been enjoying it so far. They have done a pretty good job.
That's true. Again, I think my take on it as well is when we got that story after what was before, I feel like they didn't have to do a lot to make me enjoy it. I think there's a lot of external factors to that.
Yeah.
To that is as well. But I think it does follow the same pattern of we know who the villains are, we know who the heroes are. It is a pretty decisive decision where like half of everybody wants to side with the IPC, half of them don't, and there's no like clear right or wrong answer. It's actually funny, and it's weird because I normally wouldn't side with it. I was team IPC. I was like, oh, it actually makes a ton of sense for them to work under the IPC. I get it. But I also
Slave
kind
to
of
the
get
corporation.
it wasn't even from that. It's just like realistically, I know it's not the most inspiring, but it's like realistically, it's like, yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. I don't know. Maybe it is me being the capitalist, but it's just like,
It's fellow capitalist.
like it's just like, it's like it's the smart. It's basically like saying, I don't know, bad comparison, but hey, I've got $50,000. Do I buy a bouncy castle with it, or do I put it into a 401k? On one hand, the bouncy castle is really fun, but a 401k has long-term dividends to it that will set you up for life. I don't know.
It's the mustache guy, also a corporate slave.
I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. It's true. It is very very true. I a white collar Andy.
See, now I choose the third option, to go live in the forest and be isolated.
See that's what I wish. That's like my long term goal is to make it's weird because it's not even like rational. It's like I want to make so much money that I can throw everything away and live off the grid when I could already do that now for like cheap.
Yeah. Like it actually doesn't cost as much as people think to just go self-sustain yourself. It's just that people don't even think that's really an option.
How you don't by the way, you don't have to say yes or no, but I'm assuming you probably don't live in Toronto
No, I do not.
because I've heard it's like the
I would
worst.
be homeless if I lived in Toronto.
I've heard it's like actually like one of the worst places to live in terms of cost of living, like worse than New York, worse than California. And the
Oh
sad
yeah,
thing is
well,
there's apparently nothing to do there.
yeah, as I have talked about before in my Discord that some people might have heard, there is literally a TikTok account that does this funny video series where it's comparing literal European castles to homes in Canada. And Toronto is a very popular reoccurring one on there. And it's funny because it's like, oh, you got this like this box over here for $1 million in Toronto, and then you look at this castle for the exact same price or like a super similar price in Europe, and it's like the fact that that's actually real is so disheartening with like how the situation is over here, because like literally like it was some rundown beat up terrible small home in Toronto that was actually like $1 million, and like that's just how the market is over there, and then it's like a European castle for the same price. It's like, bro, what is this economy?
Basically. But no, I
Yeah.
enjoy any like I think that's why I enjoyed that story a lot because it was I don't know. I feel like the interludes are for me great because I think they get into stories you maybe don't see too often. Like a very corporate story is not something you'd expect for something like Honkai Star right off the bat. And then also for Ruan Mei, I actually loved that story a lot because it was like not dark, but it was very introspective. There was a lot of like not dull moments, but there was a lot of like slow pacing, which was really great. And the way that they're like discussing of like what happened to Herta, what's happening to like Asta, and like there are these scientists on board that are like dying. I think what I've noticed is a pattern. I hope they continue with the interludes is that they almost feel like genre pieces in a way that, of course, I'll feel like they belong in the Honkai Star Rail universe, but like they get to pivot from like the normal themes. I don't know. I just really like it. I've actually really liked every interlude so far.
So if I'm understanding correctly, what you're trying to describe is you like how like all of the stories kind of have different kind of like storytelling to them, I guess, in a way. Like you got your typical traditional story with your relo, and then like the story on the like with the IPC, I guess, and whatnot, kind of goes to a more like economical based story with more real life relations and implications, all that kind of stuff. And they're like trying their hand at different storytelling uh methods, I guess, in a way.
Yeah, and then for the Roan May one, it's kind of like a crime. It's kind of like a crime story if you think about it. Like it gets to that point. Like
With how
obviously,
Ratio comes in, like interrogates us, and we have to
yeah,
like
I
figure out.
really like that. I'm like, this list seems like a cop drama to me that I'm really into. And also, the secret area is actually kind of spooky. Like when you
Oh
first
yeah,
get there and all the music is, I'm just like, oh, I like the genre shift a little bit. I think that's a good way to put it. The interludes so far have been a little bit slight genre shifts, which I think are nice. I like that. I think that's great. I hope they never stop doing it. I have no idea if it's intentional. It may not be, but like I don't know. That's one thing I really got to give it to the writers for.
yeah. All I want to know is, or we all want to make so much money, but we all know we ended up with that guy who failed 16 IPC interviews. But yeah, Canada's economy is like 3 times worse than some of the areas in the states. Like the actual like we've had a 300% increase on housing prices in like the duration of COVID, basically, which is absurd. It's so terrible. Your Genshin budget could earn me a house with 4 bedroom and 1 kitchen. Yeah, there's also that with like different areas of the world having different economy levels and whatnot, but it's pretty rough out here. IPC ranking is apparently mirror the Tencent company ranking. I'm not sure if I know what that is. And then we got the sci-fi horror with Ron May's story. Yeah, I do like it. It was very nice. There was a different like they almost had like a palette swap too with how like everything was. Like there was different like lighting effects and whatnot with Ron May's story, and it felt very different and interesting. Like it was more saturated, I guess is a way to describe it. Like it definitely felt much different from the norm. We also got like different cutscene animation styles, I'm pretty sure as well, which might be another factor that I'm thinking about.
That's true. That's true.
Because like we had our other traditional cutscenes, and then with when we first went down with that robot thing, it did feel much different from the other cutscenes we had.
Yeah, I really like it. I hope they continue with it. And again, we'll talk. I feel like we'll get that. I kind of want to get into Penacony. I know we're about to move into like Laofu. I will let you take this because I'm gonna be very honest to people that are listening, and I preface this beforehand to Zan. Um, you could pay me, or you could say, hey, I will pay you $10,000 right now if you could explain to me what happened in Laofu. I wouldn't get that $10,000. I actually literally couldn't. Like you could offer me the amount of money that was spent on any of your C6 characters, and I'd be like, I'm sorry, I can't. I don't know what to tell you. I can't do it. So I'm gonna let you give me your recap because this will be a genuinely first time I'm understanding what the story is.
Yeah. So an interesting thing about it is like the entire premise of everything that was happening on the Lafu is better explained in a character story quest than it is in the actual story. Like Yan Qing and Jing Liu's story quest gives a lot more details as to the past and whatnot, with like Jing Yuan, Jing Liu, Blade, and all their group. Why am I blanking on the name? Uh Spooky, you'll know, right? What was the name? The is it High Cloud Quintet? Is that what I'm thinking of?
Oh
And,
yeah, who I've heard that name before. That name sounds familiar. I've heard it somewhere.
yeah, so the High Cloud Quintet, again, if I'm remembering it correctly, I think I am, but that consisted of like prominent figures of the Lawfu, which pertain to Jing Yuan, Jing Liu, Blade, Don Hung, and then the fifth member is, people speculate that it might be Bailu, but Bailu was reincarnated from who they were initially. I think their name was Bai Hung or something. So obviously, like, super similar name. They had a similar color palette. They were also a Vidya Har. Oh no, were they Foxian? No, I think they were actually Foxian. So maybe that doesn't make it entirely a whole bunch of sense. Lawfu story is all in the text. It is intentional that the story is not about us, that we just get dragged along, but intentionally problematic is still problematic. Yeah, no, I agree with that. But yeah, so like the whole thing with the Lawfu is that we were heading to Penacony, but we got interrupted by the good old Lawfu ship, with their own Stellaron crisis because the Stellaron hunters diverted our attention towards it. Stopped by on our train and were like, "Hey, so there's this thing that's going on right now. You should go do that and help them because they're gonna die." Kind of like forcing our hand to go over there. It's implied Bai Hung died, and Blade slash Danfeng tried to revive her using the Dragonfolk reincarnation method. Okay, so Bai Hung was a Foxian, but they still tried to revive her anyways with the Dragonfolk method, but they weren't sure if it worked, kind of thing. But yeah, so I can't remember exactly how it initially happened, but so before the Luofu worshipped the hunt, they worshipped the Aeon of Abundance, Yashe. And I guess after a certain time, when they were actually gifted the blessing of abundance, they realized, hey, this is a double edged coin. We get eternal life at the cost of our sanity. So it kind of sent the Luofu into a downward spiral, and then the hunt showed up and be like, "Hey, I'll help you out and get rid of them and like bring order back to the Luofu and whatnot and what everything that's going on here." So that ended up happening. Basically, the I can't remember, what was it, the abundance that ended up killing Bai Hung, like some of the Mars struck people. This info is actually out as far as 1.2. Yeah. Yeah, so like a bunch of like precursor stuff basically is what I'm describing right now to before we even get there, but we'll go with the current stuff until we get that all figured out. But we basically show up as things are kind of going crazy with the Mars struck and whatnot, because another Stellaron has showed up, which is basically making everything become even worse. Back what I missed, we're on the fun story now, the totally best arc of the game. But yeah,
I feel like I feel like this is like I feel like this is I feel like have so far I've had such a hard time following along what you said. Have you, so this has been a prelude to what the story?
yeah, I was kind of trying to like explain the High Cloud Quintet and their story before to kind of like get an understanding as to what's happening later on. So like basically, Luofu followed the abundance. They realized, hey, being immortal kind of ain't all that great if we lose our sanity. So then the hunt shows up and helps fight back against the abundance and whatnot with the Luofu. So now they follow the Aeon of the hunt, and they're kind of going around purging the abundance everywhere. And like all the best part is in the flashback story. Yeah, true. But yeah, so essentially all of that happens or whatever. Blade was originally a different person. I'm trying to remember exactly what his name was. I think it was like Yin Sing or something, right? Yin Ching. I don't remember how to pronounce it, but actually, an attempt at something said it further up a little bit. Yeah, Yinxing. Yeah, yeah. And he had white hair because he was old. But essentially, I think he also died as well, but got taken by the abundance, and now he can no longer die because he's actually believed to be like a pseudo emanator of the abundance because he was revived with the ambrosial arbor, which is an abundance emanator. So he's like immortal and can't really be killed by anyone, even though like we can take out some of the abundance. Not to be confused with the 50-50 Slayer Yunqing. But yeah, so we arrive, everything's in chaos and whatnot. Don Hung was, of course, hesitant to come here because this is where his past is, and he like kind of remembers his past life as Don Feng, where Don Feng was not perceived as a great person and is basically a criminal of the Lawfu. Take the flesh of an emanator for Don Feng by Hung research a resurrection experiment. Right, they use the flesh of it to revive Yanxing. That's why Blade holds a grudge against Dun Hung because he gave him eternal life basically, even though he just wants to die now. Which is why he's always hunting Dun Hung. But yeah, before I get more off track again, back to the main story. So they get there, they find Ting Yun randomly, because she's just so happens to also have just arrived amidst all the chaos from the Stellaron. So she kind of helps guide you to where everyone is. You meet Jing Yuan and Yukong, who are kind of in charge of everything that's going on. And then you kind of work with them in a way, because they initially are like, "No, we don't need your help," but then they still kind of guide you around to help find Kafka. But you go do that, you fight Kafka or whatever. Fushuan shows up, and it was kind of like Kafka forced their hand. Yeah, Kafka, like they weren't sure if they could trust us because Kafka ended up talking to us or whatever. I don't remember if you could choose or not to tell them that Kafka brought you here or not, but Welt was basically doing all the talking. And you eventually catch Kafka only to find out that was basically her plan so that she could talk to us and give us more information about stuff that's going on. And Fushuan used the Matrix of Prescience funny MacGuffin thing to basically find out if she's telling the truth or not. So then we find out that she is telling the truth. The good old side quest exists with Don Shu. I don't know if you ended up doing that or not, but do you remember the blind lady? From the...
Oh, her. Yeah, wait a minute. Is that the person whose quest, if you either have a chance to do it or you could never do it again?
Yeah.
But then when we saw her again, it was... I do remember that, because I did it twice. It was like... I actually found her story kind of interesting. Don't ask me what it is, I don't know. But I remember finding it interesting at the time. And then when we meet her again, I'm like, oh... But wait, how come it doesn't seem like you really remember me at all?
Yeah, that was my problem as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that part should have been... I don't remember because apparently they did something. They changed something about it where it is actually in the main story now, if I'm not mistaken. But I did the side quest anyways beforehand, thankfully. So I kind of knew what was going on. But yeah, Don Shu was part of the Alchemy Commission, I believe it was. But she was like the chief alchemist or whatever, and you got to do some stuff with her to help out some other blind people and whatnot. It was part of the main story, but now they split it up into a blue quest. Wait, so they made it worse? What? When it has story relevance, but they're like, nah, side quest. Oh no. Yeah, because it has really big implications. Because it basically tells you all about the actual antagonist group that is here, which is the Disciples of Sanctus Medicus, which are basically disciples of the abundance. But essentially, their whole plan is to just force everyone to become Mara struck and just live their lives as immortals because they believe that's the true path to ascendance or whatever. Yeah, that's why now there's a warning: if you continue the quest, it'll disappear. Okay. I feel like it should just have stayed part of the main story though, because like it is actually important, even if they don't bring up the fact that you're supposed to know Don Shu in the story, which that is my like biggest problem, is that we have that whole side quest thing, and like if you did it, why doesn't Don Shu like even acknowledge your existence when you seem to actually get to know them very well in the side quest? Like you get to understand her experiences as how she's blind and whatnot, and like you get to help her help some other blind kids and whatnot who are in her situation, and you kind of see how maybe there are seeds of like this is like actually going to go on a villain arc kind of thing, because she's like, oh, we just have to accept the fact that we need help from others, and she kind of like implicates it in a way where she's still not happy with that's how things have to be. And if you end up taking the medication she gives for you that's supposed to help you out, when you head to the seat of divine foresight, you end up actually like going crazy from it because she tried to make you Mara struck. And then I don't know what happens if you don't take it, because I don't remember if I did that on the alt account, but she basically drugged you without your like consent,
Oh.
essentially, and tried to turn you into a Mara struck. But then you do find out she's the leader of the Sanctus Medicus, and you can report her to the authorities, and then you can go pursue her. You don't actually get to fight her, she just sends your minions, or you can choose to just let her go at that point as well. So there is an actual option there. But then when you come back to her in the main story, I really wish they had her at least acknowledge our existence, because she just doesn't even talk to us. And then for some reason they have to reiterate the fact that we apparently don't know what the Disciples of Sanctus Medicus are, and Welt has to explain it to us, which is like really weird. And it just I just feel like that Don Shu stuff should have been part of the main story. I don't know why it was an optional thing, because now it could just make the story stupid. And it would have been nice, because like it actually would have made the Lawfu a little bit better, having to like actually know the main antagonist at the time, at least, before we even realized that's what they were, and kind of see why they did what they did, because they didn't want to be blind anymore, and if the abundance could heal their blindness, of course they're going to do it. But then as we know what the Mars Struck does, it takes most people's sanity as a price, but for some reason some people don't have as much issues with it as others, which never really got explained to my knowledge. Really? I think Donshu talked to me when I play. In the main story? I don't think so. Like, when she ends up becoming the Abundance, uh, like, enemy unit or whatever. I forget what it's called. But, no, she never talked to us there. I wish she did. It was originally a weird part of the story. It was literally just after the deer. Like the Donshu stuff. When we encounter her as the boss, but I could be wrong. I even have it recorded, so I'll check it later. But I'm pretty sure she didn't say anything. Yeah, but yeah, I guess there was that whole deer thing. We stopped that. The deer was made from the ambrosial arbor, but I don't think it was an emanate or anything. It was just a deer, right? Just a goofy deer that could nuke ya with a laser beam and some plants. But yeah, the Lafu story is kind of just a along for the ride kind of thing, and you're like, wait, what is this? What's that? Huh? What am I doing? It's just a tree guardian. Okay, yeah. So it's just a guardian of the arbor, which is an emanator, I guess, because plants are emanators for abundance, I guess. But yeah, so like all that stuff, all the goofy Don Shu stuff. I liked the Ting Yun twist, the the shocking snap switch, one might say. But yeah, I did like that to an extent. I don't know how I feel about Fantilia afterwards, though. It did get a little nonsensical, and the stakes just drastically increased out of nowhere. Oh, right, it was blocking off the Alchemy Commission, yeah. But yeah, how did you feel about the whole Ting Yun situation with how they explained it, if you remember that part?
So I it was just so I honestly I feel like it was warped by the fact that I didn't know what was happening. So Fantilia was the version of Fantilia was the version of Ting Yun the entire time, right? We never met real Ting Yun.
To our knowledge, yeah.
To our
That's
knowledge,
basically what was implied.
Um, and even when she texted us, that was not the real Ting Yun.
Yeah.
I honestly didn't care that I didn't care that she died because I didn't care about her. Like I was just like, oh, she died, I guess. Like if this had all right, so imagine this had happened on like Belobog or something, right? And it was like Natasha that died. I
Yeah.
just use her as a random character, but it could have been any of them. Like Natasha, Japard, Serval. I would care if that suddenly happened to them, but to like Ting Yun, I'm just like, she was already kind of weird to begin with. I don't really think they even expected the player to really have any relationship with her because she was always so odd to where it felt like you really couldn't get close to her. I always assumed though it was like not a species difference but like a cultural difference. But I also come from Genshin where I don't believe any death is real, like what happened to Zhao and like the chasm. So I'm like, oh, I'm like, people are like, I remember people were saying, oh my god, she's dead, and I'm like, she's probably gonna get back up. And then I kid you not, I actually kid you not. After the not Bellabog, after the Laofu story, when they have like the send off, which I guess you could consider like a funeral.
Yeah.
My reaction was, wait, who died?
Yes.
I was literally like, wait, who's this for? And then I'm like, oh, it's for Ting Yun. She really did die. I didn't remember.
That's funny. I do get that. Like, I thought she was kind of interesting because she was very like, I mean, what we thought was her was like very straightforward businesswoman kind of mentality. I remember there was like people having issues like, oh, why is she such a dick? Why does she not care about us? I'm like, okay, main character syndrome. People are allowed to not like us. Like, she's just doing her job. She doesn't want to be there, and she was a merchant. She's not a fighter. She shouldn't have to fight if that's not her job. She's a guide. And like people like I remember seeing it like all over social media where people were like just annoyed that she wouldn't help us fight things. It's like what's wrong with her not wanting to fight, bro? Like leave her alone. But I don't like how they left it completely up in the air whether or not she actually is alive or dead or not. Because they had the send off thing, but the way they explained it was that she could still be alive, like with what Welt said. And I'm like, I don't like that. The fact she tries to stay away from you as much as possible is pretty hard. She's like, I'm not interested in you. But like she's understandably wanting to get away from us because like she might respect us as people, but she doesn't want to be near the people that are going to be in the fights all the time. Why would you want to be around people that you know are going to the danger? It's completely understandable as a character. And honestly, there should be more characters like that in games, especially if they're not like a soldier. So that part I did like, but like with the whole Fantilia thing, I guess we can kind of segue into that. It felt really like it wasn't rushed per se, but it did kind of feel rushed, and then also just like where did all this like stuff? How did she get to the arbor if it was still underwater and sealed away? Like it's like, oh, they're always talking about how this thing is like sealing the arbor off, so we need to make sure it stays sealed. But then we go and open it and basically just let her in. And I'm like, did I like see that correctly? Did we just help her? Especially with all the supplementary material with Fantilia trace item being about Fantilia lamenting that there's no body that could contain her and her being a heliobi. Reminds me of when the popular girl is forced to work with the nerd at school project and interacts with them as minimally as possible. Fantilia also appears in the High Cloud Quintet story? I don't remember that. But yeah. What do you think of Fantilia as an antagonist? And how they were
Um,
with their last arc?
I think she was a cooler antagonist in hindsight after I understood who she was. So she's one of Nanook's lieutenants, right? I don't know if lieutenant is the right word, but she's one of like Nanook's commanders who was basically sent in to destroy the Laofu, right?
Yeah. So
I think
she's
that plot point could have been amazing if that was communicated a lot better. And all right, here's the thing. And I think this isn't a fault of Star Rails per se. I think it's just maybe I don't know whose fault it is. And I think this is relates to like a bigger problem. I fully understand the IPC, right? Like the IPC's villain, right? Because they have officers and you know who the officers are.
yeah.
But like for the I can hardly tell when the uh when like they're what is it? I don't know. My interpretation of like the oh my god, I always forget their name. Not Annihilation Gang. What are they called? The real one?
The well, no, I blanked. Oh my gosh, the Antimatter Legion.
Antimatter Legion. Yeah,
I
the
was like, it
Antimatter
starts
Legion.
with an A too. Come on.
I always figure the Antimatter Legion. I don't know. I never understood who like the warriors are. That's because they also don't like talk. I honestly don't really. I feel like they're all really like sentient soldiers, but it never translates that way because I always think of them as monsters. And I don't think of them as an army, even though they are an army. So I think when I think about the Antimatter Legion, I'm just like I don't really get what this is because they just don't really feel like an army.
Well, I
But I think
mean,
the idea that I mean I don't know, maybe they're like a mindless army, but
it appears that they are like I mean, the best way to describe it is, you're a DC fan. You've read the White Lantern stuff, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember that part when the High Father got the White Lantern power and turned everyone into mindless zombies, basically?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So that's essentially what I think the Antimatter Legion is, because we saw Fentilia basically just convert all of those Mara struck Lawfu soldiers into destruction enemies. So it's probably just people from worlds they've conquered. They willingly destroy their own intelligence body to become Antimatter Legion. I mean, but from what we saw in the story, they can also just do that to anybody. So even if it's not willingly, it seems, at least in the lore description. Okay, so they do
Okay.
actually have a little bit of a description, but I guess the extra information that we got from what Fantilia did is more.
Oh, that's really cool. See, I don't know. Maybe okay. Is it just me not paying attention enough, or would I have to have gone out of my way to learn that?
Uh, you probably would have to have gone out of your way to learn for it.
Because that's
They're dead
so cool
soldiers.
that I wish that because the way that like Chad is describing it now, that's so cool. I really like that. I had no idea. I don't know. I
They,
feel like maybe I don't know. Like again, I honestly I am not a reliable narrator for this because I don't know how much is it my inability to follow along, or how much of this is just told through side stuff. I
this
think if
is
it's me
mostly
not paying
told
enough attention.
through side
Oh, is it?
stuff. Yeah.
I
So
feel like
where I think they could have
they
done it
could.
was at
Yeah.
the start in the Herta space station, because they brought the Antimatter Legion there. Maybe the Astral Express crew could have explained a little more as to what they really were, and that would have also added to more like tension in the first arc, because it's like, oh, so these are like, the dragon was a leviathan that was run through the forge. Right, because there's you know how we had that big whale hologram in the Astral Express? Here, I guess I can show it. Oh, parlor car's right here. Yeah, if I'm remembering correctly, I think it was, but obviously it's not really detailed, but like there are like leviathans or whatever, like space whales, but that creature that we fought at the beginning, the emanator or whatever, it was a leviathan that was thrown through the war forge that basically like can turn dead bodies or whatever into like antimatter legion. The Veracity is also a leviathan, the last one to be specific. Is the Veracity still alive? I thought it was gone. I could have sworn it was already gone, unless I'm just mistaken.
But I didn't answer your question though about what I felt about Fantilia. I just like I only learned what she was after the fact. I think her plan was hard to follow. I think herself she's like really cool as like a being to fight. But I actually here's one thing I will say, which is ironic because this I do remember. She would have won. I think she would have won if she wasn't so vain with certain things. I think she got cocky and she tried to like convert Jing Yuan into being one of them. And I think with that, I think that fucked her over, which I think is really funny. I might also
Yeah,
be completely making that up. I don't know. I'm just they're a little bit I remember.
you know, you're correct on that. That is basically what was happening. They were like, the way they beat her was playing to her own weakness in that she likes to play with her food and
Yeah.
like manipulate and torment people through that is how she enjoys her destruction. she likes to see people destroy themselves from the inside. So that was representing that in that sense in the fight, showing like,
Okay.
hey, you should like or like they're kind of like manipulating it in a way like, hey, I'm not saying it, but like you should like totally convert me into an antimatter legion. That would be terrible. That's like the least thing I want, you know. And then
Yeah.
it was all like a setup. Her plan is pretty
I've
simple.
also
She just want people to destroy themselves, and yeah, the only reason she lost is because she wanted to convert Jing Yuan and sever the connection to her immortal body. But yeah, she got the body, but like since the way she was able to convert people is like linking to them in a way, it left an opening. Yeah, I get what you mean. So it was just propagation that died. Okay. But yeah, so this right here, the veracity is the last Leviathan, I guess, which it looks a little like, you know, mutated compared to a normal one. But basically the thing we fought at the start. Also order, oh yeah, order died too, right, thank you. I forgot order died. Yeah, the Doomsday Beast, that's what it's called. I completely forgot. But yeah, using fragments of the Dusk Leviathan as the foundation and the weeping bones of thousands of the dead in the Warforge as the agent, or as the agent, the Antimatter Legion cast the Doomsday Beast. The resentful spirit's senseless obsession turns into a tangible hand, and the shadow of old disaster conceals the heavens. The Doomsday Beast attains the will of all beings that are not at ease and have yet to die. Anger, mourning, or delusional joy, all is revealed, and all evil eagerly throb the Doomsday Beast's core is a dark matter engine. Yeah. I can't remember, Spooky, do you know where it kind of explains what the Warforge is? Arbor is still alive. I think Dawn Quest is him and Bailu fixing the seal. Yeah, no, I don't think they actually took out the Arbor. They were just resealing it. But yeah, the Antimatter Legion is actually really interesting. It's part of Void Ranger. Which one? The like all of them? Uh, Warriors yet to perish were recast into the Warforge and gain destruction's power. Antimatter completes their bodies, and negative particles reverberate throughout their forms. Violently aggressive, they embody the will of destruction and are basic combat units. Okay. So, Distorters are still alive, it seems. So, a Reaver exists when they throw them through the Forge and then they die, and a Distorter is one that survives the Warforge. That's interesting. Okay, so this one's also dead. Speaking of, where's the Lawfu Stellaron? I can't remember what happened with that, actually. Did the Lawfu seal it? Like, did Jing Yuan take care of that? I can't even remember. Or was that ever even explained? Because that's something I don't remember either. Oh, nobody remembers. Oh, maybe they didn't
no.
explain that. That's interesting. But yeah. I think we'll start getting to Penacony now. The Oramali and Tail the Haunted isn't like super important. It more so just talks about like what the heliobi are, which is neat, but I think that could be something that could be left for another time. We need to get into the real stuff now, you know. Kakule one was resealed, but the loft would probably leave to the locals. Yeah, I think the locals took care of it, but it was never really explained. I don't think. But yeah, that's the good old Lafu that really left a lot to be desired. It was pretty unfortunate, but I'm glad that they quickly 180'd back. I just hope that it doesn't keep like flip flopping. We get a good story, then a bad story, but we'll see how it goes.
I think it's really weird though, because it's not like because you would expect Laofu to be the kind of story that comes out later, and it kind of makes sense. Maybe they tried something different and it didn't work, but they made a story that so very clearly worked really well, and then made made Laofu, which maybe had a good story somewhere in it, but was told in a very convoluted way. It's weird that both came out at the same time because I don't want to compare it too much to like Genshin, but it's my only frame of reference. Different writers,
Yeah,
different staff, all that. But like Mondstadt and Liyue felt very similar to me, with Liyue maybe upping the stakes a little bit more or having a little bit more like gradual build on it. But the difference between Belobog and Laofu was so big, and it was just like,
yeah.
wait, is this the same group of people working on it? It felt so big for no reason that it
It
was baffling that it was the thing that came right after.
it could have been different writers because I know they share writers throughout the three games. Like sometimes Honkai Impact writers will go over to Genshin or Star Rail and vice versa. Because the main thing, I'm sure you've seen memes of it or whatever, but with Penacony's story, it was written by Shaoji, who was a big writer for a lot of Honkai Impact stories where a lot of people died. so
Yeah,
it
that's when
ended up.
that's when he was brought into. I didn't know the context of it, but I remember when he showed up into the live stream for Penacony, and people were like, "Oh no!" And I'm thinking, I have no idea who this is, but clearly they do. And then I read which of the stories he worked on, and I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense. But yeah, no, I do know that they do kind of share some of the writers. They actually, you probably already know this, but for anyone that doesn't, they actually brought in Honkai Impact writers to work on the Sumeru story, because I think so far a lot of the Genshin stories have gone according to the way they planned it. Apparently Sumeru was altered slightly because of how Inazuma went down, and they wanted to make sure that like the one that came after was really good and didn't make the same mistakes. And sure enough, I mean, we're not here to talk about this, but I will say Sumeru is probably the strongest Archon quest in its entirety for me. But I know that's it's not an unpopular opinion if you ask people at the end of it. It is an unpopular opinion if you ask people at the beginning of it, because I actually love
Yeah.
the first two acts of. I love the first two acts of Sumeru. I hate the third act, but I love the fourth act. I forget
I
exactly how they're broken up. I hate the desert part of the story. I think that's where it starts to drop off. But I think the beginning and the end are great. Most people are not going to share my sentiment for the first part of that, but either way, yeah, no. So maybe they had some overlap somewhere with the writers. I don't know. Maybe the people that made Inazuma worked on Laofu. Who knows?
Yeah, for me with Sumeru, I'm of the I only liked the Kariba quest. I did not like the rest, but I
You didn't
think
wait.
Fontaine.
You didn't like any of Sumeru?
Not really. There wasn't much. I guess it did get better in the latter half, but I did not like the first bit. The
There's no
time loop
you
thing was
can't.
so bothersome to me.
Oh, I love time. See, that's why it's very personal to me. I love time loops. Time loops are one of my favorite tropes if done properly, and I actually liked how Genshin did it. But some people absolutely hate time loop tropes, and I don't blame people for that, because it is kind of an annoying trope when you repeat the same thing over and over. I feel like it's probably a better thing to watch than it is to play. Because when you're watching something passively, you don't have to do anything about it. To have a player physically redo the same things, I think is probably less comfortable. I get it. I know, at least I have enough self-awareness to know that like most people won't like the beginning as much as me. But I'm surprised if you don't like how it ends, because that's really good.
I mean, Well, I did think the ending was alright. Like, I didn't like hate the ending. It was more so just like a meh for like the part three, but I just didn't like the first and second part. Like my main issue is like they kind of implicated in a way that Nahida could have pulled us out of the time loop at any time, because the way they explained it is that like if we like remembered at the wrong time or whatever, uh like bad stuff would happen. But why couldn't she have just pulled us out like any time our memories got reset? Because like the way they implicated it was that she could just do that, and then we would be fine.
because we had to earn it. No, I don't know. I mean, that's a good
Yeah,
point. Um, the reason is so that I could enjoy the time loop. I know why it's not super popular. I get it. I just enjoy it because I never
yeah.
thought Genshin would ever do a time loop. But fair enough. I forget where that came. Oh no, that was based on the whole track of like it's baffling that Laofu came out the way it did because it's just like weird that Bellabog was so solid, but
Yeah, like
Laofu
we had
wasn't.
such a solid first story, and then Lawfu was like, "What
Because they were written
happened?"
at the same time. That's the thing too.
Yeah,
They had to have been written at the same time because they were clearly developed at the same time. So what happened? I don't know. I wonder if do you think do you think Hoyo is aware of how people feel about it?
uh like Lawfu.
Yeah, for Lafo, do you think they're
I
aware
I
that
feel like they
that
were
people
because we got a
yeah.
good like story afterwards. Like it's so much better. So I'm assuming like that's the whole reason why Xiaoji was brought on, because they were like, hey,
It was like, all right, we need a real, we need a real, we, we can't use chat GPT anymore. We need a real story.
yeah. No, it definitely got so much better with Penacony, and it reinvigorated me for the story of the game. Because like, the only thing that was keeping me alive with the story was Sim after Lawfu, the good old Sim story.
Do we want to move into Penacony?
Yeah, yeah. We should
Is there
start
anything?
with.
Is there anything more? I feel like with Laofu, a lot of the side stuff, is I don't know. I will say that okay. I actually have to ask. I have one question that's a little bit of an aside before moving to
Yeah, yeah.
Penacony, and that's: were you disappointed by uh Locha's companion quest, or did you find it entertaining?
I'm trying to remember what even happened. The whole the whole thing with Welt, I definitely found that entertaining. That was funny, but outside of that, I actually am like having trouble remembering exactly what happened. I was really feeling bitchy pushed May, and that whole arc was awfully written and turned her into a pink goblin. Yes, man. Oh, Elysian Realm. Oh, they're talking about the Elysian Realm story. Okay. It was more of a March quest than Locha. That's probably why I'm not remembering. I'm like, March quest? Yeah, actually,
It's because it was. I actually, by the way, I loved March's rendition of uh Locha. I think that was so funny. I thought I was so entertained by that.
at least in
Um,
Everlasting Naughty Art. Yeah, I forgot that they're two separate like correlations. I just always say Elysian Realm for both of them. But yeah, the first part was good. But anyways, you were saying.
oh, for me, no. I think I just think I find it very entertaining. I think you'd have to be insane to think they'd really give big like here's the thing about companion quests. Companion quests are generally going to be for like some form of character development. We're not going to get big major well, I don't imagine we'd get big major lore drops like that, especially not with a character like um Lota. I don't know, part of me wants to feel like he just happens to look like Otto, and I know it's not Otto, it's Void Archive, but I feel like Void Archive, from what I understand, is looks like Otto, but I don't know, Otto or Void
Well,
Archive, whatever it is.
Yeah, Void
Um,
Archives, I believe, if I remember correctly, took a cloned body of Otto, essentially. I was disappointed because I want Locha to be story relevant. It would be interesting if he was more story relevant, because if I remember correctly, wasn't he the one that actually put the Stellar on the Lafu?
did he? I thought he was just a traveling. I thought he was just a traveling merchant.
No, because he was working with Jing Liu, remember, at the
Oh yeah, whatever happened with that though?
trying to remember what happened specifically. I know the whole reason Jing Liu came there was to like turn herself in essentially, but uh
I never did Jean Lou's quest, so
yeah, Jing Liu's quest actually is, as you were talking about previously, one of those quests that actually explained a lot more about the story of the Luofu than the actual story did. I was disappointed because I want Locha. Oh yeah, the quest did not do that. It was Ting Yun. He got arrested and sent to the marshal. Right. I forgot Ting Yun was the one that put it because Fantalia. He was allegedly putting the Stellar in the Luofu, but it was never confirmed. Okay, so it was like it was Ting Yun that did it, but he was basically framed to have done it. Essentially, also Marshall Hua. When are we getting Fu Hua in this game?
do you think it's a coincidence or no? I feel like it's probably not a coincidence, but I would just love if it was. I don't
I wish I
like.
wish it was Fu Hua, and I wish they would become a playable character. But that's just me.
What I think too is, and I think maybe I'm surprised. Maybe this just shows how developed Welt is. I know Welt was like. Here's one thing that maybe it's because I don't actually know Welt's character that well, but I assumed he'd be a lot more traumatized by it, but he was really calm. But he was persistent. He was very interested in like, hey, it's not a big deal. But if you could like find out who that guy was, you know. But it's not a big
Yeah,
deal though. It doesn't matter. It's okay. Like we don't need to find out who it is, but if you could find out who that is. Like
yeah, yeah,
he was very interested, but he didn't seem to be very it didn't I know I saw the flashbacks, which by the way, people were like, "Oh, it like spoils stuff." Okay, that's the one laughable thing that I think a lot of people said. People are like, "Oh my god, if you play Locha Story Quest, it spoils you for stuff that happens in like this Honkai thing." Those flashbacks happened so quick where I'm like, I actually didn't even really see them. How would that spoil anything? I don't understand how this spoils anything. I barely understood what I was seeing.
yeah. Like if you don't even understand, it doesn't really matter.
Like I just thought I'm like I feel like they were drinking together. That's all I remember.
It barely
Oh
spoils
yeah,
something in
he.
APHO. Yeah,
Oh
a
yeah, he
book, Nothing
he
Evil
he
by
goes to
Nature,
the
or
Astral
something.
Express, but I actually was curious about that. He visited the Astral Express, but I tried talking to Welt, and like Welt never had anything to say about it, and Locha never really acknowledged Welt at all. So I don't know. I also feel like you can't really go by like if Locha visits the Astral Express, you have to imagine that's a game mechanic, not a canon mechanic. Um, I don't know. I don't know how you feel about stuff like that, where it's like, does it canonically fit, or you just leave it as like a game thing?
I honestly thought it was fine. I don't think it's that big of an issue. And like Nova said about the story implication stuff, it barely spoils something
Yeah.
in a storyline that's not part of like the main time. Well, it is part of the main timeline. Sorry, but it's not part of the main story. It's like a future timeline. So it's like I don't think anyone's gonna care because like you have the normal like part one story of Honkai Impact, and then you have the in between section of part 1.5, and now they're doing part two. But APHO takes place after all of that, if I'm not mistaken, which we haven't even like got to it yet, essentially. The only real reason you probably should know about Welt's problem with Otto's faces is that Otto killed his father and hero figure. Yeah, that's basically why he's kind of like, hey, hold on, are you Otto? Well, Welt was never the guy to be like he wouldn't go buck wild crazy kind of thing. At least to my remembering of how he acted in most situations.
Because we going back to what I said before about how like certain characters, I guess you know what, he is the maybe the one character where his arc is done, right? Like
Yeah.
he's basically been through his whole journey, and he's just kind of here in semi-retirement protecting Himiko, but like he's got no development or growth. He literally is like an old man.
Yeah, he is the Hersher of reason for a reason. He ain't a crazy like uh based on emotion. He's based on reason kind of thing.
I am very curious how like are Hershers basically, so would you consider Hershers, Archons, Aeons all different versions of like their their world's gods, except obviously Aeons is universal. I don't know if like Hershers are also universal. I know Archons are very much like continental.
Yeah,
Um
as Spooky said, yes and no. Cuz the Hershers are essentially like some of the most dangerous manifestations of the will of the Honkai, and basically what the Honkai is like the concept of calamity and disaster and all that kind of stuff. So at a certain point it created like living entities that carry out its will of like destroying everything. So they also all kind of take up their own concepts but can develop their own personalities. But like some of them are not that strong, but then other ones are like so absurdly strong that they can cause the end of all life on Earth in an instant. So it's very hard to place it. Like as an example, one of the later Hershers, called the Hersher of Corruption, in the previous era, basically hacked all of the computer systems in the world and basically set off all the nukes and just wiped out like 90% of the population. But then you have other ones that are like more so city level. So it really varies as to what they were like.
Got it. Okay. So there's a lot of variance with it. Like the level of authority they have is like is there's a lot of variance, whereas like if you're an Archon, that's it. If you're an Aeon, you're at a certain level, but Hershers can be at different levels.
Like typically how it went is the more Hershers that started showing up, the stronger they got, I guess. So like most Hershers are like city to continent level, yeah. But then you have other ones that are just destroying the whole world.
Is Wendy the venti looking one?
The same color palette, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I said like the venti. I feel like maybe in my own mind they look similar. You know, also it's funny. I was like thinking like, oh, how where's the Zhongli XP? But then I remembered, oh yeah, Honkai Impact.
it was
Honkai
it was
Impact.
here first.
They don't do that.
It's okay, officials in the game.
I will say the one thing is Honkai Honkai Star Rail. Oh, not Honkai Star. Honkai actually Honkai Star Rail too. Honkai Star Rail and Honkai Impact both have like they definitely give their characters more physicality than in Genshin, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, they have a lot more power, I guess, in a way. If anything,
Well, that's not
Zhongli is Welt.
that's not what I was talking about, but that maybe that true.
What do you mean then?
By physicality, more more oomph in the front.
They have better models, essentially.
Yeah, basically.
Also, Ayo, thank you for the 100 bits, Luca. I appreciate it. But yeah, no, I like that they actually, give the proper designs and aren't all like super lanky dudes. Poor Ito. Ito got scammed. That's all I'm
Yikes.
saying.
Yeah.
One thing that feel weird to me in Genshin is that every patch story have to be self-contained. Are they?
I mean, in the way that like the problems of each region is very specific to that region, and they don't bleed into each other, which I guess, which to be honest, kind of make I did notice that. I always felt like it was the different regions where it's just like whatever happens in your country, like is your country's problem. But yeah, they don't really no conflicts bring in like outside characters. Like Mona coming into Fontaine might be like the closest we've gotten to having real mixture a little bit, but that's not even them being that involved. That's just like Mona was there for some reason, and then she was able to help out conveniently.
Oh, you mean by like by the end of the quest we can be free to explore and not stuck on a cliffhanger. I understand what you mean now. Okay.
Oh, in that way? Okay, never mind. Different. My take was something that I've always noticed but never had a problem with was that like different regions don't get involved in the matters of other regions.
Yeah.
Um,
I feel like Inazuma suffers from that. Oh, it definitely does. Also, I don't know if it's a hot take or not, but Kazuo should have died saving us. Like, it would have felt so much more impactful in that moment. Like, I also feel like we should have lost there, and then we would have
uh,
had to come back.
I mean, we didn't really beat. I mean, we didn't really beat right. Like if it wasn't for I
The
don't
power
know.
of friendship.
So far we haven't actually. I mean, yeah, actually, if you think about it, so far we haven't beat any it conflicts ourselves really. We've always had help from. We're getting stronger every region, but we've always had help from like some other group, like Dvalin. We had like a lot of blessings from like Venti. Against the in Leeway, we had like all that adeptal power. In Inazuma, if it wasn't for Yaimiko, we would have been killed. Um, Smear, obviously Nahida, and then in Fontaine, Nuvolette helped a lot with us beating the Narwhal.
And the ginger man.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. He basically tired it out a little bit.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, no, Kazuha's kind of been wasted right now. I mean, he had a god awful story quest. He had a
The
terrible
Kazuo should have killed Raiden.
that story quest was atrocious. To this day, I've seen
Yeah.
I've seen 3 people play it, and I'm just like, what a waste. What a what a waste of potential.
Damn.
Uh,
Ginger man, yes. But yeah, no. Kazuha unfortunately did not get much going for him. Like, there was potential and then they just killed it. It was so sad. All of Inazuma, honestly. But yeah, we should we should get started with Penacony now. But yeah. Now to the current meat and potatoes of the game, The good old entering into the area with that first dreamscape where we get to meet Acheron. I do like find the whole concept of like certain areas of space with because I mean, if I remember correctly, it was like a similar uh thing with the Heliobi where they like cover an area or whatever and they can just like pull you into dreams and whatnot, if I'm not mistaken. But it's a pretty interesting concept that like certain areas of space are just like you get pulled into a dream world or something, and it just like takes you out of reality, and you can either like get stuck there forever. I can't remember if it was explained where they like siphon off of your dreams or not, but it is an interesting concept. But yeah, I don't know. Did you try to say certain things when you were talking to Akron, and then she would force you to say something else with the red
um,
text?
yeah, I first off, I'm not sure what's happening with that red text, but like I kind of felt like no matter what, we were being funneled into a path that like as much if you tried to diverge it, you couldn't. I was thinking, are my choices gonna have a consequence? But it's like, no, definitely not.
Yeah. I did find it interesting here how it was like they actually showed us that this part isn't a choice based thing with the red text as an implication. Like if it is a forced section, I do like that they do that. Like don't give us the illusion of choice, just show us if we have a choice or not kind of thing. The red text implied we were in a dream loop. I don't know if that was entirely what it meant. But it was like the whole thing behind how Acheron is familiar to us, or like they know us. I am curious about that because based on the speculation and whatnot, we'll get to later, is like how did we meet someone like that? Like, does that like more solidify us in our past life was one of the Stellaron hunters going around, or were we like a reincarnation of Acchiavilli? It's pretty interesting. The red text implies that her affection points for you are decreasing. First time we already appear in Penacony, we already saw Dream Origami Bird outside, even though we haven't even dived yet. Well, we got pulled into a separate dream before we even got to Penacony. That was the whole Acheron thing. Which is really confusing because there were other people in there. It's like, did they all get pulled into that too, or was it like remnants? Because like Sam was there, Silverwolf was there, Black Swan, and all that. If I'm remembering correctly, or was that part of the next dreamscape? I can't remember.
Oh yeah, I forget that. I think Silverwolf is part of the very first one. So basically, after Laofu, we basically are on our way to go to Penacony. We then enter that dream state, and we're kind of just. I think the first person we interact with is Acheron, and then we see all these people we don't know. Like we see, like Black Swan. I think we do see Adventurine. We see Silverwolf and Sam. I think we see like all the players that are going to be
Yes,
involved.
Sparkle was talking to Black Swan
Yeah.
too. Yeah.
Sparkle was like, yeah, basically they're all there, but we don't exactly know who they all are, except if we met them before. Like he recognized, or they recognized the people we've met, but then the new ones, not. I think even Robin and Sunday may have been there too.
Yeah, they were. They were talking in the middle. I remember that now. Yeah.
Which I think was like a really cool way to queue up all the people. I think even Ratio too. I think it was literally like everybody who we meet is there, which is cool.
Except for Firefly. I don't think Firefly was in there.
No, I feel like very intentionally was not there.
Mm-hmm.
I have stuff to say about Firefly, but we'll
Mm-hmm.
we'll definitely get to that.
Oh yeah. Oh definitely. But yeah, I did like when we get to Penacony, the whole Land of Dreams concept is really interesting, and like it was pretty interesting how we got to meet uh the first slew of characters like Adventurine, Sunday, Robin, and all that. You can see a deli donut on the table. That is Firefly. Oh gosh. But yeah, like the whole thing that like they made the invitation beforehand, like before we joined the Express, and then Don Hung was supposed to be there or whatever, and we just didn't exist on their list. It was interesting to see Adventuring like grab the tab because clearly we find out later that that had actual implications. You want to see more Penacony reality like outside the dream? No, I agree with that. I want to see more of the outside world. Yes, I've done hug. Yes, I
I,
selected that because I thought it
I
would be
think I
funny.
think they're definitely saving that. I feel like I have a feeling that the actual Penacony is going to be a very big difference from like the dream world. I think there's a reason why we mostly see the dream world. I bet there's very little to see outside of it, or there's something that like they're keeping from us.
Yeah. Well, the whole thing with Penacony is that it used to be like a prison planet. So there's not much outside of that except for the hotel. Like the majority of the planet is just the hotel. But it is pretty interesting. Was it always called Penacony, or did they change the name to Penacony? If we know,
Wasn't it based on? Wasn't it like because it was a I
Penal
could have been making
Colony.
that up. Penal Colony. I think that's where the
Yeah.
name Penacony. But I don't know if that's
Yes.
the in-universe reason or if that's like the devs' reason for naming it that.
Yeah. At the very least, it's definitely the dev's reason. But yeah, it is interesting. The name is based on Penal Colony. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know what it's based off of. I was just trying to remember if it was named that while it was a prison planet or after, because that could be important to the implications of what the hotel actually is. It's like Fortress Inquisitorius, probably just water, then a single bit of land with the hotel. Yeah, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because like we kind of got to see what it looked like before we actually went into Penacony. Like we could see there was like a ring around the planet with a bunch of housing, but there were like no lights on anything. Like it was all dormant except for the hotel. I think its name is Penacony. But yeah, no, I know the planet's name is that. I was just wondering like before or after it was a prison. Was it renamed to Penacony?
It might have been. I feel like it probably was based on whatever it was called. If especially if it had a reputation as a um, prison planet.
Yeah. Do you believe in my relic luck today? Yes. You got this, I believe. Isn't it just refurbished prison complex? Yes, yes it is. That is what I'm like trying to discern as to whether or not it was always called Penacony or not, or if that was after it was refurbished. Because like, if there is anything on that, that means that it's implicating what it might be now. The fact that it is still a prison, just as the facade of a cool hotel, you know, which I mean that's kind of what it seems to be like, anyways. Because like when you first get there, I don't know if you like walked around a little bit, but you can go up to some of the hotel doors and interact with them, and you get a little bit of dialogue. And some people died. Like I can't remember if someone was shot in one of the rooms or if they just straight up were murdered by somebody, but like someone died somehow in one of the hotel rooms on the lobby floor, and it was never talked about in anything, but I just found that interesting. It's an IPC planet, may have been called Penal Colony until Shipe. Maybe. I don't know. I just thought it was interesting. But yeah, but anyways, like back to the main stuff. It's interesting how there's different like servers, I guess you could call it, that you can go to, cuz we all went to separate ones when we went there. Like March and Himiko went to their own like essential servers or whatever that we still haven't seen yet. And we've only been to the one, the golden hour place. And it seems like they were all based on times of the day, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, which I really thought was kind of cool. I like that.
So I wonder if they're always those specific times of the day, unless they did say that, and I'm just not remembering it. But I found that pretty interesting. How like, I wonder if we're gonna go to those places later on as well. So that means that there could be like quite a lot more Penacony to actually explore.
We'll definitely get like more of it throughout like the updates. I mean, obviously it has felt like we haven't gotten much just simply because like, we're still in point 1.
Yeah.
Or not, well, at 4.0. We're still literally in 2.0 because they made it so long to keep up with the
Yeah, this is part one of 3. I think there's 3 acts for Penacony if I remember them saying that on the live stream correctly. So we still have 2 more acts to go. Can't wait for us to break the exoskeleton of the death meme only for it to actually be Locha inside killing all of our favorite girls.
Oh yeah, do you have any idea of who's in the coffin?
Not anymore, no. Like my initial theory was that it was Jing Liu, because the whole Colin thing was just hard copium from all the Honkai Impact people. But I'm not sure now. Colin, it's Colin. Okay. I don't know. Star Rail Colin. See what I mean? Yeah, no, I'm not certain anymore. It's someone that Locha knows, but not all that well. So it's weird. It's very weird. Which means if Locha is Void Archives, maybe it's Colin, but that still feels like a stretch to me. I don't think they would do it. It's my hope and dreams. Hello, Sony. The man's merch since he's a traveling merchant. Maybe he just keeps his merchant in all of his merch in a coffin. But no, he did say it was something specific he was delivering for an acquaintance, so I don't know. It'd be funny if a Drilla was inside, and a Drilla is Star Rail Call. Wait, hold on. A Drilla has white hair. Wait. Wait, that would be pretty funny. Do you know who a Drilla is? West?
Was there a specific question for me?
Yeah. Because we're talking about who might be in the coffin, but do you know who a Drilla is?
Are they reading a chat comment? My bad.
Yeah.
Adrilla. I thought. Not gonna lie, when you said that, I thought they were making a joke that Urilla was in there. I'm like, what?
Oh no. So
Like,
you know, did you do Argenti's companion quest?
funny enough, yes, he's the goddess of beauty or the
Yeah.
Yes, okay. His is the only one that I did because I did also Lotus, but I found his really really fun.
Yeah, no, I love how dorky he is. He's great. But yeah, so they're just speculating, hey, maybe it's a Drilla in that coffin or something, because she's believed to be dead by most of the Knights of Beauty. The only one that doesn't really think that is Argenti.
Which is really, really cool.
But yeah, it would definitely be interesting if it was a Drilla in that coffin.
Wow, that's a very specific hyper target. That's also kind of true because I am getting hungry, so I am looking up places to order from.
Yeah. I mean, hey, I'm thinking about food too, so I understand that. Although I'm always thinking about food. That's just me. I just finished my food and now I want more food.
Yeah, no, I feel that. That's very, very brief aside, but I'm like, because I'm gonna be like I told you earlier, I'm gonna be in Asia for a month, so I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm like a major cut right now. Well, not a major cut, but I'm cutting back a lot so that I can enjoy myself more, and it's so hard to do.
Me just sitting here like, if I eat, I eat. If I want to eat, I will eat more.
So yeah, no, but was the idea that like the goddess of beauty is inside that coffin? How real is that?
I mean, it's entirely possible. Like, if we ever find out that Locha knows Argenti, that would make it all the more possible. Because it's someone that, like, he knows but doesn't know all that well that he's delivering the coffin for. But it's probably not going to happen. I just think it
The
would be funny.
the coffin. I was gonna say. I think the the Laufer writers are in the coffin. That's what Hoyo did with them,
Back for
so
a
they
minute,
could never
welcome
write
back.
again.
Real.
Um, but basically we have experience with Acheron. We go to the lobby and basically there's the whole thing with like the front desk and let's talk about Adventurine, a character who I really don't like. Everyone simps for him, but I really don't like them at all. I don't know.
I share a similar sentiment, but I'd like to hear your thoughts on the character.
I I think that I don't know. I mean, this is also like one take. I feel like the voice actor chosen wasn't good for it. I don't like his voice and I don't think he plays that character well. He seems like it kind of seems like a discount child where he's doing like a George Burns impression and
Oh, the
that is not.
English voice actor?
Oh, the English. I only play the game in English, yeah.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean though, because I did initially do it in English, but then I played it in Japanese and it was so much better. He sounds like way too sexual. Like I don't know
Yeah.
if like that's the best way to describe it, but that's what I like felt when he talked, and I'm like, this
Yeah.
is weird. I'm uncomfortable. Like, what is going on? Was Sparkle right all along?
I mean, we'll get into that because I love Sparkle because of how much I hate Sparkle. Funny enough, I even pulled Sparkle too because I was like, as soon as someone said, "Oh, she's really good with Jing Yuan," which is partially true. I actually would have an argument to make why Bronya might be more consistently better for him, but that's neither here nor there. But for Adventurine, I I feel like he's smug. I feel like he's smug in like a bad way where I don't know. Can I just say that I find him annoying? I don't know. I don't even have any
Yeah,
deep profound things. I just find the
yeah. I
guy
mean, yeah. You
that's
can find him annoying.
that's basically it. I think he's a jerk. I don't know. There's no there's nothing special about it other than he's a jerk.
You know, he doesn't. He literally is the representation of that he's a gambler is very fitting for how his personality is too, because he literally will just gamble his way to victory. It doesn't matter who he has to like use or step on to get there. And it's pretty. I will say he's interesting. He's not. I'd say he's one of the weaker interesting characters of the story to me. But I love that little interaction he had with Dr. Ratio, where Ratio is just like unintentionally roasting him, and he's like, "Oh, I see."
And by the way, I like that interaction because I feel like Dr. Ishu definitely won that argument too, which is like great
Yeah,
because he's like, yeah, no, I'm done with this. One thing that I noticed, and I think that might feed a little bit into the story later on, but I think we actually got like our first. By the way, I think you and I are probably going. I feel like you and I are going to feel similarly about this in a way. But there were a lot of people that don't like Sparkle because of like what kind of character she is, and I'm like, no, don't you understand? That's
because
what
she's
makes her.
racist.
She's racist, and that's actually like that's a good thing. Don't take that out of context. It's I'm glad we have evil characters. It's
Yeah,
about time. It's
exactly.
honestly about time we have characters that aren't good. Some of the stuff that like when Sparkle, and apparently Sparkle is much worse in other languages. She's apparently not nearly as bad in English because I was bracing for impact because I kind of knew what was coming because people can't keep their mouth shut, but
Yeah,
I,
yeah.
I I knew it was coming, and I was like, oh, that's bad, but it's not that bad. And then I rewatched her scenes in like different languages, and I'm like, oh my god, this is yeah, she's really I don't know. I almost felt that was the only time I felt bad for Adventurine when Sparkle was talking to him because I'm just like, oh, this doesn't I don't like this. Like
It's
you
funny
know.
though, because like when you get through like what actually happens in the story and what Adventurine does, everything she said was right.
Which is the thing. I mean, I don't know. I what is your like? I assume you probably feel the same way about that, right? Like whether you like her or hate her, you
Yeah,
can acknowledge that
like
she's not good.
obviously racism is bad, but
Oh
she's
yeah, of
an
course.
evil character. Like that's the whole point. Like
Also, you
she's
want
meant
to
to
yeah.
be a not good character, like more so chaotic evil than like like she might be the antagonist. We don't really know. It's entirely possible, but she's definitely not a good person. But that's okay because we kind of need not good people for story, for the story to be more interesting. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And I feel like there's a way to do it tactfully. I feel like the way Hoyo's handled it so far has been pretty tactfully. Like, there's being like racist and whatnot for the sake of it when there's no like story reason. It feels like they are giving a real reason for why they're doing it to Adventurine, um, and why it's been brought up a few times, which I think is really cool. By the way, so here's something really random that like made me have a different conception of her. So I had read online on Reddit some thread about Sparkle, and someone mentioned, "Oh, you mean him actually?" And they're like, "Yo, for real, Sparkle was a man all along." And I'm like thinking, "Okay, interesting," because I hadn't played through it yet, and I didn't mind like
Yeah.
a small spoiler like that. And I was thinking, "Wait a minute." And so until I realized what that was part of, I legit thought, "Wait a minute, is Sparkle like some like old man that just for some reason possessed the body of like a young girl and it's really like a guy?" But no, that it was the thing with Sampo.
It was
I for
Sampo Koski.
yeah, for some reason I thought that the entire time like, oh, Sparkle I guess is just like a man who transferred his consciousness into like this like young girl's body. But no, it's literally just she's also a member of she's also a masked fool who took on his appearance. Did you call that Sampo was probably not what he appeared
Yes.
because of his well, for me it was the
Immediate.
interaction with March,
It it was
not with March, but with
immediately.
Firefly.
Oh, how they called them March. It was as soon as I heard them talk, because they talk differently, and I was
That's
like,
true.
"Hold on, something ain't right here. Like this sounds way too different." Because like my first thought is, a, why would he be here? Like he has business like on Urilo. I know he can leave if he wants to because he's a masked fool, but like, why are you here and why do you sound so weird? But then there's also like specifically how he talked, because he usually refers to himself in a specific way, and he didn't do that. So it was like, wait, something ain't right here. Firefly, you mean March 9th? Hello, Sony. Oh, did you try sending a link? We have links disabled. I don't know what you were trying to send, but if you were trying to send some informative stuff, you can post it in the Discord and media chat. This is proof that Zan loves Sampo. No, it's proof that I can analyze a character. I don't know what you're talking about. My Sampo will stay forever level 2. Unfortunately, level 2 because I had to use him for an achievement, and then he leveled up because I had to survive with one character left at low HP, so I killed him off. It was a clip. Oh, I see. Oh, was that the Sampo stuff? Oh no. But yeah, him to the finer detail. I analyze everyone to a finer detail. That's my whole like shtick. I like psychoanalyzing, even though I'm not like a psychologist, nor will I ever be a licensed one. But yeah, no, it's pretty interesting how that all was like uh I when I did it in Japanese, it was not as easy to tell, but with the English voice specifically, like he sounded so different from how he normally spoke. So I just picked up on it immediately.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there was a little bit of speech pattern for me. It was like a lot of it was like the way he said things.
Yeah.
And the thing about March was a
The
little bit
adult
suspicious.
world.
That's a really good Sampo impression. It's actually a really really good He kind of sounds like he's drunk and half tired all the like half the time.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate, actually. But yeah, that was pretty interesting, and like, I'm still curious about Firefly. The intro to them was nice. I like the time we got with them. I get people say it felt rushed to an extent, but like, I also understand that there's only so much you can do with like the time that we spent with them in like actually showing it before people are like, okay, this is taking too long. Because like
Yeah.
story wise, we probably did spend more like actual physical time with them than we got to see. But I also get both sides for that. Like there could have been a little more we could have done, I guess. But it was pretty nice though. I still enjoyed it. I like Firefly's character, and I like the whole premise of Penacony, how everybody lies. But
Yeah, I don't like I really don't trust anybody. Even although I for some reason I trust Firefly even though I probably shouldn't, but yeah, no, I don't
I
trust
mean,
anyone.
at the very least, they told us that they lied to them. Like, so did Black Swan, but Black Swan's still a little too mysterious to
Yeah,
know for
I
sure.
don't know how I you know what's funny actually speaking of Black Swan, I almost chose the option at the end of like choose to like I chose not to find out the truth or something and then like I realized later that it just leads you to like a bad ending and resets it for you.
Oh, when you like don't go with adventuring,
Yeah.
yeah, the good old other secret ending. Now we have two in the game.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the first one is if you choose not to go on the express.
Yeah, yeah. Most of the time that was spent solving puzzles to get to a secret base. Okay, yeah. My main complaint is how long it took to get to the secret base. Like everything else felt pretty nice for the pacing, but that was like, are we there yet? Like, where is this secret base? It felt a little tedious to get there with all the weird puzzle bridges and whatnot. It took a fair amount of time. I trust Sparkle. She's the only one who says she is the bad in the end credits.
I mean, that's kind of true. You can kind of trust her in that, like, you know what to expect to a degree.
And then there was Sunday's whole like speech. Bro started going off like some sort of crazy antagonist or something. But yeah, but before we get to there, did there was like the whole adventure with Firefly and whatnot. We gotta learn a bit about them, find out that they are actually a stowaway, and like the guard we talked to cast suspicion on Gallagher. Cast suspicion on Gallagher. I don't know if I remember that. Was that a side quest thing that I maybe missed? Because I haven't done all the Penacony ones yet. I'm still working on that.
I haven't done any of the Penacony side quests.
Oh, you have you done the Black Swan and companion quest yet?
No, which
Oh,
is fine. I don't mind being spoiled with it.
okay.
I honestly really do main story stuff, but I don't do a lot of side stuff just because of it's more so just because of time. I honestly didn't even know
I get that. Trust me, I
people
get
were
that.
like, oh, I didn't even know there was a Black Swan companion quest. Weirdly enough, I just
Oh,
like had no idea until recently, and I'm like, oh, I didn't even realize they added this in.
yeah, because there's a lot of information in there that like helps with some of the main story stuff, as well as we get to learn more about Black Swan, Sparkle, and Sampo. there's actual Sampo stuff in there as well,
Oh,
which
really?
is
Oh, interesting. That he would just show up there.
indeed. But yeah, so it's got some pretty interesting stuff. But that whole dreamscape with the trash cans, that was a funny little gag story to do in the main story. It was very trippy, but very funny. So did you know you can encounter the trash cans in the open world now?
Wait, the overworld? Wait, in where?
Like if you're just going around Penacony, you can find trash cans
Oh,
now.
not in Penacony. I didn't know. I was like, I thought you were talking about Bellabog. I'm like, yeah, for Bellabog, absolutely, but not Penacony. Did they just add that?
No, like they've been there since the update, but yeah, like you can
Oh.
fight them in Penacony.
Oh yes. I mean, I didn't fight. Oh no, I didn't fight them in Penacony, but I did in that one weird dream sequence. We went
Yeah,
to
yeah. After you do the dream
Bellabog, fake
sequence,
Bellabog.
yeah, after you go to fake Belobog, you can find them in the actual open world areas now, and you can go talk to them. And if you say the right thing, they just give you Stellar Jade. And
Huh.
if you say the
Oh.
wrong thing, they fight you.
Huh. Okay. Do you think the trash cans were part of the game? Like, do you think Hoyo leaned into the trash can thing completely, like from the start, or only after they found success, or only after people loved it?
Uh, I think it was definitely just an initial small gag, and then they later just went full send with it. That's definitely what I feel like. They're like, hey, people actually like this meme of the MC loving the trash and whatnot. Let's go further with this and make like a fever dream in the story of it. It was pretty goofy. And then the giant Sampo, that was interesting.
Oh yes. What was it trying to tell you? So like the whole thing was trying to tell you something. I honestly don't know what that was.
So basically, it was kind of implicating that hey, the person you're looking for that's kind of causing trouble is who's posing as Sampo right now. It at least that's how I interpret it. I don't know if that's exactly what it's trying to tell or if it was there specifically for the goofy, but it was like, oh hey, you're trying to help all the people or whatever, but the actual problem is the one that's been talking in your ear this whole time. The preview
Oh, I see. I see.
the preview cinematic for Star Rail before the game was released starts with MC looking into a trash can. Oh
Oh
yeah, like
really? Oh no
they've
way. Okay.
yeah they've always you just reminded me of that. Yeah, they've always had some like trash can gags. I mean, this one's still another level above that, but it's still pretty funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess now we get to the other dreamscape stuff and whatnot after the sob story with Firefly. So once we went back into it and we found out that Firefly was still in there, how did you feel about the whole the first appearance of the Onto Death?
I thought the thing was really cool. I actually thought it was really sick looking. And I love the battle theme, how it mixed big band notes with like EDM music. I actually loved its introduction. I hated, well, not hated, but I felt that what happened was too quick. I are we gonna talk about Firefly?
Yeah, yeah,
Uh,
we can get to the Firefly stuff now.
I I think that Firefly happened too quickly. Like I actually found myself very surprised about how much I at first I was like, okay, I know what kind of character this is. They're trying to push it on the MC. I get it. And then I'm like, wait, but I actually like her. Wait, hold up. She's actually a pretty sweet character. I kind of like her. And then of course they took, they took her away from us when Death basically stabbed her and turned her into goo. But and I guess it's just they're in the dream world. So is she dead?
See, so
That's the one.
that's
That's the one
something
unknown.
that's something that we get more information about in Black Swan's companion quest. Is Black Swan states that it shouldn't be possible for someone to die in the dream world. So we're not sure what exactly happened, but the whole thing with the unto death is that the actual description is that it takes the souls of people. So it doesn't specifically state that it kills them, but it does capture their souls. So it's very interesting in that regard that it could just be that they're like basically in a comatose state right now in the real world, if that's even the case for Firefly, because I don't know if you've seen some speculation about that, but people are theorizing that she is only a dream world specific person to an extent,
I
or she's like trapped in the dream world because of her sickness, I guess I should say.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised about that because I mean, here's my other theory too, and maybe it's a coincidence, maybe not. I feel like Firefly and Robin are one and the same. They not only do they kind of look similar, but the fact that they're both like quote unquote like dead, I wonder
Hmm.
if there's some connection to that. I don't know. I think I'm going based on the fact that like Firefly doesn't seem like a real character. Like they all of the other all the other characters feels like they could be playable units, whereas like Robin doesn't seem like uh
Interesting.
Robin doesn't seem like she would be playable. Not Robin. Firefly doesn't seem like she'd be like playable. But again, they look similar. They they're both like they both seem to be the ones that are dead. There's probably more deeper things with it too, but like I have like a feel I wouldn't be surprised if they end up being connected somehow. Uh and even Sunday, as sad as Sunday seems to be over his sister's death, he doesn't seem that sad, but he also might be doing that for appearance sake.
Yeah, it's entirely possible. I mean, the public doesn't know about that though. So, what would the point be of putting a facade on for Firefly when Firefly just knows anyways?
All white-haired people look the same. That's not quite what I'm saying, but like I don't know. It's just like I don't know. I
It
feel like maybe that's honestly there's no like I don't have any deep reasons behind it. I'm just like they're both dead and they both have kind of white hair. that's
yeah,
that's as deep
that
as it
is interesting
goes.
because I've actually haven't heard that theory before. The more common theory I hear is that Firefly is Sam, or like some sort of pilot in a way for Sam, because like the Sam part itself is an acronym from what we've been led to believe. I can't remember specifically where it states that, but we don't know what it is. But there's a there was a trailer for Penacony where it showed Firefly, or so like the Firefly esque colors on Sam when he was fighting Acheron. Like he had like green wings flowing out of him and whatnot, and it was like pretty interesting. I don't know how much I feel about the validity of that theory, but it's an interesting theory nonetheless.
Yeah, no, I don't think I've heard that one before actually. I'm surprised fewer people have heard about like I'm surprised no one's you haven't heard about the Robin and Firefly might be the same person. I don't know. I mean, I came up with it, but I'm like I'm sure other people must have thought about that one too.
Yeah, I haven't actually heard of that one. That like I
Huh.
hear people everywhere talking about the Sam theory because they also
Interesting.
have like talked to each other before in the story and seem to loosely, at least loosely, know each other. Because like when she was running away from the on to death, she was with Sam because they talked about that mech, and then we
Yeah.
see Sam afterwards.
By the way, why do you think Sam is there? Like, what is the Stellaron hunter doing involved with this? I mean, that indicates there must be a Stellaron on Penacony.
Yeah. There's definitely some implications of Sam being there that we don't know yet. But one thing to note, Glenmoth Iron Calvary lore, is that Calvary Queen is engineered to be short-lived. Thank you for the hydrate, Ori. I appreciate it. I think I'm almost out of my drink here. Oh yeah, I am. Yeah, I believe Firefly is doing Inferno catfishing us. Oh, that's actually another big point. How do you feel about the Annihilation Gang, the leader himself, getting killed off screen by Acheron?
Getting annihilated off screen.
Yeah.
I love to hate it. It's just like, what a waste. What a waste. I actually was so looking forward to
Yeah,
his
especially
character.
after the trailer. Like,
I hope he's not really dead, and apparently there's, because his fire is quantum based, maybe he like technically can't really die that easily. I don't know.
it's because he
I've heard
was
some
a
ideas
heliobi.
can't die.
Yeah, he's a heliobi, basically, and what the Foxian Tale of a Haunted told us is that they can't technically die, but there are caveats to that, and one of the caveats being like aeons and emanators. And what did we find out that Acheron was later on? An emanator.
Yeah. Do we know for what?
It's speculated that she's the emanator of nihility. That's what makes the most sense as well. Because, like,
I mean, that actually would fit her character.
yeah, like the combination of like she was announced to be a nihility character based on her banner art. It has the symbol there, so like, why would she not be an emanator of nihility if she follows that path? But the diver set, yeah, the diver set also has a little bit more information. Thank you for reminding me about that, Spooky. Let's actually
More and more artifact sets.
yeah, more artifacts at lore. Who has my diver set right now? Serval, probably. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, let's see. Compass form, wristwatch, magnetic needle. So can no longer point in any direction. Which is interesting because, like, as you can see from the set, like, there's those same flowers that kind of show up in Acheron's splash art. Who also doesn't remember directions. Acheron. But yeah, it's like there's a lot of like implications of it, like kind of eating away at the suit itself, and all these like little dialogue implications. I just realized I'm hiding them. Hold on, let me how do we do this? Hold on, we'll just shift me here for now. I'm over here. My model doesn't work anywhere other than the right corner.
No, that's fair.
But yeah, so like the heavy boots form like the anchor of a ship. Its owner is prepared to never return to the surface. And then we got like deep sea coffin, like all this stuff pointing towards like the end, or like representing nihility, can no longer point in a direction, only see the unbearable and endless expanse of darkness, all that kind of stuff. And like it's got all those flowers that are like Acheron's flowers and whatnot. So it's pretty interesting. Hold on, let me get resituated. There we go, that's good enough. More lore in the database. It has the full story there. Oh, right. Yes. I forgot there's stuff in the database too. But yeah, we go to relics. How do we backstory? There we go. But yeah, okay. Rusted iron covered erosion. Two girls sit in the cedarwood forest taking a momentary break in their journey. The air. Average corporate worker. Oh boy. Yeah. Aaron Orcron smells like raspberries. Scarlet snowflakes fall on the soft cloud-like sugar threads and quickly disappear. The little nameless from Toiro laughs and then bends over, holding her stomach. She laughs at her own choice of words. How can one see the scent with one's eyes? After a moment of laughter, the silence cuts like a sharpened blade. The air seems to frost over in an instant. Freebas, are you still going to the depths of IX, which is nihility? The question comes from her companion, who is always carrying a long blade. She is a good companion, but no one knows where she comes from. The little nameless hides inside her bulky diving suit. A long pause later, she hands the companion a slightly burnt marshmallow, her eyes narrowed like the silhouette of a fully opened sail. Of course, because I will walk on a road deeper and further than Agiavili's. So it's like essentially explaining away there's two companions that are going to try and explore the vastness of nihility, because like nihility, the big old black hole planet thingy. So they're trying to see what's there. And if I remember correctly, hold on, I just where is it? Yeah, so the one companion went to go in and they died for 14 days and nights. She forgot the cries of seagulls, the roar of the abyss, the gains and the losses. The little nameless gazed at the planetary ring wider than the boulevards of Toiro. She decided to launch herself into the singularity and the black hole. Even Achiavelli didn't manage to go there. The girl could always hear the distant sound of waves echoing in her heart. I will walk on a road deeper and further than Achiavelli. She prepared herself thoroughly. Unidentified rusty metal plates, used oxygen tanks, discarded gyroscopic posture control devices, self-circulating life support system, all that stuff, blah blah blah. Ensuring the entire suit was airtight, she believed it would protect her from the harm of nihility. She picked up the helmet her father left behind and wore a self-made medallion of honor. Before leaving, she and her companion once again went to the cedarwood forest, toasting marshmallows one last time. Later, when Freebas spacecraft approached the edge of the black hole, this was all she could recall about Orkron. Yeah, so
Oh, interesting.
basically,
Okay.
basically, two people went to explore the nihility, and nobody really knows what happened to them. There was also like talk of one of them having. There was like a guy and a girl. The guy for sure died, and they had a sword, but the girl might be Acheron, who came back out of the nihility as an emanator. And it's like in here, it implies that they're basically like a nameless. So maybe that's how they knew us, if in our past life we were Achiavelli.
See, I thought well actually I kind of thought an idea of like um I kind of thought about like the idea that like maybe we're a reincarnation of Achiavelli. I kind of like the idea that Pom Pom is a reincarnation, but no, I feel like Pom Pom knew Achiavelli, right?
Freebas was the nameless. Yeah, the guy was the nameless. Sorry, but I mean, the girl was still with him though, which means there's a possibility that that's how they met us. But sorry, as you were saying.
No, it was a question of like, do we know if Pom Pom knew Machiavelli?
Yes.
I'm surprised we
The
haven't asked to him more about it.
Yeah, that is a good question because that was actually brought up with the little story that we got about like that memory bubble where we found out that Aha was also a nameless because the
Yes,
Pom
yeah,
Pom
yeah.
was like scolding them back then.
Which
Pom
is I
Pom
think is
bullied
super cool.
Machiavelli's human form in the memory bubble. Yeah, yeah, because they were talking to Machiavelli specifically, like scolding them and whatnot. The Trailblazer is Elio or Machiavelli. I guess it could also be Elio. Maybe the Stellaron Hunters just have the full script already and are running off of that, and Elio's already gone. That's entirely possible. I don't know if I believe that more than maybe the Trailblazer being Machiavelli. I mean, he might not even be either. Who knows? But it's entirely possible. There's a lot of stuff leading towards it. Hey, Vader, how's it going? The memory bubble one seemed to be about March. No, no, it was definitely not about March. That was it was specifically stated that it was Machiavelli or like a memory of Machiavelli's. And then we also found out about Aha being a nameless, which was hilarious. My boy doing the podcast in heck yeah. I didn't even realize we're at the 4 hour mark. When did that happen? It's okay. We're nearing the end. But yeah, it's really interesting. Like, I do definitely want to find out more about Akron, which I guess we'll probably find out in the next arc, since that's like the big thing they dropped at the end.
What a cliffhanger too. Honestly, I feel like we've actually I feel like that's the first real good cliffhanger because like didn't it feel like the Laofu cliffhanger was artificial? Like they made you stop there, but there wasn't really a compelling reason.
Yeah, no, I can agree with that.
But
It's
this
like,
one felt like a real cliffhanger. It was great. I loved it.
yeah, it was like a damn, that kind of hit kind of thing. And it's like, I gotta wait 7 weeks. No. Honestly, I at first was like, damn, I don't want to wait 7 weeks. But then it's been like, we only have like 2 weeks left almost until it's
I know
here.
I haven't
So,
done what's the guy's name? I'm trying to think of the name. I haven't done the some guy, the small guy's big adventure. I don't remember what it's called.
oh, Hanu?
Yeah.
Oh, I love the Hanu stuff. The Hanu stuff is
I, I
great.
haven't I haven't done it, but like I really like it.
It's so fun. There's a
This
mention
is
of
not so much about story, but what
March.
do you think about the puzzles of like um the puzzles of like in Penacony compared to like other areas? Like compared to like other regions, I guess.
I like the puzzles. I also liked I don't know if you know who M Tashed is, but I saw a clip of him struggling on one of the puzzles for
I,
10 minutes.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
No, that I don't know. I feel like
it
listen,
was so funny because they were so close. They needed to move one thing, and then they ruined it all for like 10 more minutes.
M Tashed goes between like making good takes to being an absolute bozo. I don't know.
No, you're right
I
about
have
that.
mixed.
Yeah.
It's funny because M Tashed is actually one of the first content creators, like Genshin content creators that I actually ever watched, and I'm like, oh, I really like his takes on certain things, but I think he's changed. I think
See,
his opinion, I think
he's
his feelings on Genshin has changed.
he's definitely changed a lot because I knew him before he even did Genshin content because he used to be a Destiny 2 content creator, and he was like the guy who was like the doomsday caller. He'd always be like, "This game is dying. This game is dying," and he'd make like 10 videos in a row about that. But like, or like always, he was always like the negative Nancy
Yeah,
content
I
creator,
always found him a little bit
basically.
too negative for me.
Yeah, but he has changed a fair bit since, and like seeing him actually have like with all that Genshin drama, him being like the only sane one was so surprising to me. I was like, wow, really? It was just pretty interesting. But yeah, no, he got stuck on one of the clocky puzzles for 10 minutes. And it was just so funny. See, there's a mention of March about breaking the stadium with snowmobile back in Bellabog. I think that's just a completely separate thing. It might be like kind of reflecting how the previous adventurers were like, kind of thing. Because I'm pretty sure that was just a completely separate thing from that memory. Then we asked if really Akavili memory, and the eyes just give nondescript answer. I mean, it could have just been Aha's because it did say that Aha was a nameless, and I feel like that's true. I don't think they would do that just to completely mislead us on some small note like that. Level up a few more diamonds and be promoting crypto in the podcast. Oh no! This is why when I see an MTash, I click "Don't recommend this channel ever again" at the time. MTash is the real winner. Less than gets shit on by everyone. Less than gets shit on the back. Continues to make content regardless. Everyone is involved in drama. Calls Shatsu and Kektone for behaving like children. Comes out clean and respected. He ends by going out to dinner with his wife and kids while everyone else lonely and unloved are crying about all the drama. It started and instigated daily. Who made that post? That is so funny. It's still weird that he's like actually married now. Like, I don't know why that's so weird to me because I've known him for a while and I never expected him to get married. I don't know if that's like a bad thing, but I don't know. Random dude on VG. I see, I see. But yeah, I'm definitely excited for the story. I'm really interested too in Black Swan. The whole concept of their character is really interesting to me because like I like stories. I like talking about stories. That's basically what their job is, except they just like collect stories. So it's really interesting. Kenshin content creator getting married is a miracle. Same with that Destiny 2 content creator. For real. But yeah, I'd like to know more about Black Swan too. I hope we do get to know more about her, and this isn't just okay. I've done my part now. I'm leaving. She did say she was going to keep watching us closely though, so maybe we'll get more about her. But I do kind of feel like her act in this story is almost, if not already finished. Which just saddened me a little bit. I do like her character a lot. It's really interesting.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
Because she's like a memo keeper that doesn't entirely follow the rules and can, so she has like some power in the memo keepers to kind of do what she wants, which is really interesting because like most of them just have to go around collecting memories and don't typically show themselves to people all that often. But she was just like, yeah, I came here out of my own free will, and I'm just like, you interest me, so I'm stopping by, you know.
Yeah, her inclusion is interesting. I will say that's also one really cool thing about Penacony that I don't think I've ever seen anything else. Is that like it's so multi-faction because there really is no Penacony faction except for the family. But I
Yeah,
like that like you know, I think that's like something that's super cool that I've never gotten before.
yeah. I remember when we first got like the whole Annihilation Gang thing. I was like, my full on theory. I'm like looking at Sunday, like this dude looks like he about to be a twist villain. So I thought like the Annihilation was going to come attack, but his whole plan was like gathering everyone that might be a potential threat and bringing them and trapping them in the dream world, kind of thing. Because like, what better way to get rid of like any potential physical threats than trapping them in a dream? And I mean that might still be the case, but I just like I feel like Sunday could be a twist villain. Ain't no good person is called Sunday. I'm sorry.
I mean, I feel like I don't even know if twist villain. I assume he's the villain. I feel like it'd be a twist if he wasn't the villain. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, like especially after that whole like monologue he had at the end. I was like, bro, that feels
Right.
like a villain monologue to me. What is this?
Can you imagine if he allowed Sparkle to pretend to stand in for his sister? For a second I thought he was gonna be okay with that, and I'm like, please don't. And I'm like, okay, okay, good, because that would have made
I
me kind of
mean,
mad.
he might have actually agreed to it eventually anyways, cuz like who's to say it wasn't Sparkle from the beginning?
Hmm,
Cuz she also did just sound different at the start too, people said.
that's true.
Can't she like erase memory? Oh yeah, Black Swan can temporarily erase memories to our knowledge. She might be able to permanently, but she only temporarily erased Sparkle's memories. Which, like, damn, that twist was also pretty good. It's like Sparkle's like, I got you dead to rights. I fooled a memo keeper. And she's like, damn, you got me. Oh, by the way, ratio, and just wiped her memories and left. Like, Black Swan has also got some pretty broken powers.
Oh yeah, for real. Like a lot stronger than she's shown.
If he's called Monday, he'd be very cranky. We prefer to call him Chicken Wing Boy. I love that Sparkle was just like, hey, Chicken Wing Boy. You guys haven't done the Penacony World Quest yet? With Scroolum, no. I still need to do that. I kind of it's been a busy a combination of like a busy past like 2 weeks, and I've also been sick. I'm only now just feeling a little bit better, but I really need to do that because I guess Scroolum shows up for some Penacony stuff. So what was that
Do you,
quest called again?
the which one?
There's like a world quest for
Oh,
Penacony
haven't
that
done any of
Scroolum's
them.
in.
I yet. Oh, he's in Penacony. Not that it, but no, but that doesn't. I don't mind like the spoiler for that. But by the way, how so? What's planet Scroolum? Is that his planet?
Yeah,
Because I
so
noticed the people are from
basically,
Scroolum, but he's
yeah,
Scroolum.
so basically what it was is I don't remember exactly how it happened, but he saved like an entire planet basically, and now it's just called Planet Scroolum, where like people that are struggling can go, like all the automaton people. So it is like a literal his planet kind of thing. The quest is the
Oh, okay.
trees is at peace. Okay, I'll have to do that then. I'll probably do that tonight, honestly. I don't think I have anything planned after this other than food. So, gotta make sure you get that food in, you know? Oh, wait, it's 10 o'clock. Yeah, damn. Where did this day go?
I know, right?
Yeah, I mean, depending on how long it is, I guess I'll do it tonight. Although, yeah, I don't even think I'm doing anything tomorrow. I'm not streaming, am I? No, I'm not. Okay. We love forgetting our own schedule. IPC doing interplanetary massacre at Intergalactic Trade Center. That sounds about right. That definitely sounds about right. Yeah, I definitely want to do that so I can see some more Scroolum. Scroolum banner when, honestly. Are you gonna pull for Scroolum if he gets announced?
Honestly, I might because he looks so cool.
Yeah, I like his character too. His character's really interesting. He seems to be like the most morally responsible of the Genius Society members, I'd say. Whereas the other ones don't really care. At least
Yeah.
Herta is like blunt about it though. That I like Herta for that. They're like they're not a nice person, but they're at least honest about it, you know?
Yeah, that's true. So I was
Also,
really enjoyed that aspect of it. Like I think he's probably my favorite Genius Society member.
Herta is considered the most honest member. Yeah, and I could
Oh,
see that.
actually no, that's true. She's not the nicest, but she definitely is the most. She definitely has nothing to hide.
Yeah, she will just say it straight up. She will say whatever she wants. She does not care. No filter. Group of fan revive a movie actor using a picture and memory bubble. This is why I think Firefly faked her death. I don't know if Firefly like faked her death, but I feel like she might not be dead. Well, I don't think she's dead, honestly. But that implies Skrullum is not. Makes me wonder what he did. Who knows? Maybe that entire planet actually had people on it before he converted it. Who knows?
Oh yeah. Oh, that would have been that. That's not so bueno.
Yeah. Overall, since we're kind of getting to the end of everything, what would you think was the strongest story they've released so far?
um, it's not my favorite story, but I do stand by. I think Bellabog is the strongest story. Um, it has a really solid plot throughout that I think was interesting, easy to follow, made us care about the conflict, made us care about the characters, and I think is just really enjoyable in isolation without you having to really know anything about the world, the lore, factions. I think it's just a really good ass story.
Yeah, no, I can agree with that. I think it's still my favorite. Penacony has potential, but of course we only have the first act, so there's not
It's
too
not
much we
done
can
yet.
compare.
Yeah.
In terms of comparison with like first act to first act basis, I guess. I don't know. It's still close because like I did like the first
Oh,
act
from
of
first
Belobog a lot. Like,
from first act. Oh, I gotta give that to I gotta give it to Penacony. I don't know. Penacony started with a bang.
yeah,
It
no,
started it
it
started with
is
a
really good.
blast. Um, Penacony will probably always be my favorite location in the game. Not gonna lie. Like overall, it's probably gonna be my favorite region. Just because of any Hoyo property, because the um I love like like just like the aesthetic. I love the atmosphere. Art Deco is my favorite art style.
Yeah.
So it just fits everything that I love into a world, and it's just perfect. So it has a
Okay.
very unique interest. I have a lot of it aligns with a lot of my own interests, hence why it would probably forever be my favorite. But I think in general, it's an objectively really interesting world.
Yeah, that's an interesting take. I can understand that. Yeah, I'm still not sure which one. Penacony might be a little bit above it in terms of Act Ones, if I'd like think of them as just an Act One basis. But I'm definitely looking forward to see how it goes. But I hope there are Star Rail Dunkin' collab with Firefly serving jelly donuts. Oh gosh. Yeah. Well, anyways, I think we're gonna wrap it up here. Thank you for coming on for the first podcast, Westwood.
Yep, this was
Hope
fun.
you
I'm excited to do more of them.
enjoyed it, and let me just do a quick shout out for you before I forget. Please tell me I remember the command. Yeah, let's go.
I appreciate that. No, but this is
But
really
yeah,
fun. I love talking about games and stories like this in a way that I really don't get to do too often. So
Oh, of course,
I
yeah.
think this is amazing to do. I can't wait to do this again. Honestly, when do you expect the next one to be? Probably at the after Act 1.
Yeah, that's the plan. When the next stuff comes out, we're gonna do all the story and whatnot. Maybe like wait a little bit to make sure everybody who is gonna be on talking about it has done it, and then we'll go from there. Kind of like we're gonna go on a patch by patch basis if they actually have story for it. So like, since we'll get more story in the next arc, we're going to be doing one for that. We'll just have to figure out a day for it.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah, yeah. All right. Well, have a good one, everyone. Thanks to everybody for watching, and I hope you all enjoyed. And we'll see you guys for that one next time.